Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host for today. It's May 7th. I'm John DeLynn. We are here in the midst of what I think is a really interesting and important interview. We're here with Saane Siale. Hey, Saane.
Hello.
We just spent 2.5 or so hours hearing about Saane's amazing story, growing up as the daughter of Tongan immigrants, growing up Mormon in the Oakland area, in a white ward, predominantly white ward, almost exclusively white ward, but becoming, doing so many things, but excelling at her high school, being sort of a mother figure to her three younger kids in a blended, three younger siblings in a blended family. And if that weren't enough, becoming an advocate for social justice and particularly for the Black Lives Matter movement in the Oakland area as a believing Orthodox Mormon teen. That's that's where we left off, where you were graduating high school, about to serve a mission, about to go to BYU. And what I think would be kind of like a dream for the modern Mormon church, because you are educated, woman of color, who was also fighting for the rights of marginalized people, but as someone who identified as a Christian and as a Mormon and saw no conflict between advocating for social justice, but also being a woman of color in Mormonism. Like, that seems like a PR dream. Nate, I'm looking at you, Bo, but that seems like a PR dream for the Mormon church, given all the things the Mormon church is struggling with today. Mm-hmm. Like, I would have thought they'd be like wanting you to become their face in so many ways to try and like move forward in a way, given all the historical problems with the church. But I'm getting ahead of your story. So anyway, welcome back. Thanks for joining us. If you haven't watched part one of Saane's interview, please go back and watch it, because it'll build a really important foundation for this part two. But thanks for joining us, Saane.
Thank you for having me.
And also joining us today is Nate Bird, right?
That's me.
You'll recognize him from my previous episode with Nate on Mormon Stories. Nate was also one of the founding members of the Black Menaces at BYU. He's got an amazing story as well. We'll make sure to include that in the show notes, but please check out Nate's interview. And thanks for joining us, Nate. You're here at Saane's request.
Yeah, thanks for having me back.
Y'all are friends.
And thank you, Saane, for inviting me.
No,
me and
thank you
Saane
for
go
being
way
here.
back. We've just kind of been around each other for years, and then that turned into a close friendship. So
yeah. And then Bishop O, or Bo Euler, who's become a dear friend of mine. He was also Carolyn Pearson's bishop in this Oakland ward. Saane, you wanted Bo to be here as well, and he's provided really important context to this whole story.
For sure.
So, Bo, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Good to be here.
Yeah. All right, Saane. So we left off last episode with you graduating from high school, and you said that if we had interviewed you as a graduating senior, you were going to go on a mission, you were going to go to BYU, you were going to go to graduate school, continue your work in social justice, and that you had hopes that someday you'd get married and have that temple marriage and do the Mormon thing and maybe even have kids. But because of your skin color and your cultural heritage, I think that dating, marriage, child thing was a question mark. And so that's going to be an important theme of how that progresses.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
Especially going into college. So I actually did a year at BYU first before my mission.
Okay.
So I graduated in 2015. And so this was, June of 2015. I started my freshman year of college that fall of 2015 in August. And so, did school for both fall and winter semester.
Did you do the dorms at BYU?
Yeah, I actually lived at Heritage Halls. That was definitely an interesting experience because I had mentioned this on the previous episode where I talked about how I was I was eager to go to BYU because I thought that, finally I get to be, around people from the same religious community, people with the same faith. And so that was an aspect that I was excited to be a part of. I didn't have to wake up early and go to seminary and do things, right? Like it was already integrated into my academic experience. And so that was something that I looked forward to. But very quickly, I figured out very early on that it was not at all how I had envisioned it or expected it to be. And I'm sure Nate could obviously share, same undertones as well in his experience. But for me, especially the first year, there were different layers to it. Same thing with the dating aspect. That was such a huge part of like BYU culture and just the idea of like, everybody, you need to get married, blah, blah, blah. And again, the same thing. I experienced the same issue of where I wasn't being pursued. People weren't seeking after me, but my other roommates who happened to be white were, and honestly quite constant. It was constant seeing other people getting asked out on dates, being pursued after, or being sought after as desirable per se, and that was not my experience. And so
so you're a first generation Tongan college student at a woman of color.
Yep.
At a BYU ward in Heritage Halls in Provo, Utah. What percentage of your student ward were people of color versus just white kids?
Oh my gosh. If I were to give a percentage, it'd be like 5%
of your ward.
Of my ward that were people of color, and the other 95, maybe 10. But again, as you can see, very grand difference in terms of like, so again, I was in the same position where I was still around white membership, but now this was like my entire college experience. And the same thing, here I grew up in a white ward in my upbringing, and then that was kind of like copy and paste. The same thing in college.
Have you seen the musical Wicked by chance?
I have not.
Okay.
I know about it, and I've seen clips in here. I know the general story.
Well, the idea of like Elphaba going to Oz, she's excited to leave her home to go to Oz, but she gets there and she goes to even a university there, but she's a different color. She's green.
Yeah.
And all the other kids are white.
Right.
So you may enjoy seeing that someday. But I'm wondering, what was it like to be a woman of color at BYU, where you're clearly a racial or ethnic minority? You're saying, you were excited to date Mormon boys. Most of the Mormon boys were white in your ward, but they weren't pursuing you.
Yes, that's correct. So again, the same feelings that I had previously, where I didn't meet the standard of beauty that the majority of LDS members had. That was reinforced again, being at BYU, being a freshman. I remember one time I had gotten asked out on a date, and later to come find out it was a dare. It wasn't intentional.
A dare?
Yes, it was.
What does that mean?
It was, I don't know, some along the lines of like, some kind of joke, it was names out of a jar that they had put from, women of color from the ward, and they would pick out a name. And it was a dare to ask out that person or to pass. And so this person chose to ask me out. But again, it wasn't with the intentions of like actually genuinely wanting to get to know me. It was, kind of pretty much a mockery. So I had that experience. And then I had also an experience of like a white return missionary who had served in Tonga, who had this like, this very real, like, I can't say this word, fetish.
That's the word I was thinking.
Fetishization. Mm-hmm. Yes. So I was basically viewed, and from his perception, as like, oh, this is this Tongan girl, like I speak Tongan and I served in your like homeland, and I want you. But it was very, so I had those different experiences. disgusting,
Oh,
gross.
that didn't feel like, oh, wow, that guy's into me.
No, it didn't. Because, I mean, there was a sense of entitlement that he knew my culture better than me. That was very off-putting. And also this sense of like, so now you're seeking after me solely for, because it's like you almost want to honor your mission, I guess. But to me, that was weird. Like you weren't getting to know me for me. Had you not had that experience, would you have even sought after me in a genuine way? I don't think so. And so, again, this very, multiple negative experiences that did not help fill in this question mark that I already had throughout my upbringing. If anything, it made it even more confusing and even more isolating because this obviously deep down, of course, I had the hope of being in a relationship, of feeling, that sense of romantic love that we always put on a pedestal. We do that in all of society and in many different ways. Mormonism is not unique to that, but obviously specifically within the context of the LDS Church, because, marriage and eternal families is such one of the core parts of being Mormon, and being surrounded by a community of people who all share the same beliefs, but being a person that does not seem possible or real to me. Yes, that was a very isolating and lonely time for me in my freshman year of BYU, especially having those experiences where I was a joke to people, or, oh, I would never ask her out, but I'll do it for a dare. Things like that. It really affected the way that this does not feel like the community that I thought I would enter into.
Yeah, and that's why I brought up Oz, because it's this idea, if you're raised Mormon, you're raised that this is God and Jesus is one. This is the Church of Jesus Christ, literally God's one true church. So if that's true, then if BYU is the premier university of God and Jesus is one true church, then this is going to be almost Zion or utopia for how people treat each other.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go there and everybody's going to be colorblind and everybody's going to just love everyone and I'll be viewed like all the other women and I'll be dating just like all the other women, brown, white, whatever. And it'll just be this utopian kind of the best possible culture and the best possible experience at the best possible university of God's one true church. God and Jesus is one true church. Those were the expectations I had as a white kid growing up in Texas coming to BYU. Because how could it ever be better? How could any university experience ever be better if it's Jesus's university in effect? So then when you get there, is there kind of this Dorothy going to Oz disillusion of like, wait, if this is Jesus and God's church and university, how could I be treated this way?
Oh, 100%. I definitely came to BYU with this idea that where I didn't have to worry about acceptance. I didn't have to worry about inclusion. I genuinely thought that would never be a concern coming to BYU. Because again, at the forefront of how I am as a person and being inclusive as I am was through my idea and understanding of Christ. And so for me, it only made sense that being around people who also believed in Christ, that I wouldn't have had to worry about that. And so obviously, my freshman year at BYU, countless experiences where it made me question, like, how did I get this wrong? Like, how was I so wrong about what I had convinced myself would be true for me at BYU?
So you say it was lonely. Like, as someone who went to BYU, there's a part of my brain that's like, how could anyone be lonely at BYU? There's the wards, there's the activities, there's family reunion groups where you're assigned a quote fake family of like 10 students, and there's literally a mom and a dad called to have weekly activities. Then there'll be dorm activities. Then there'll be, student activities and dances. Like, it's like, if anything, BYU is anything, it's this social mecca of thriving social activities. So the idea of any BYU student as a freshman feeling lonely, plus there's dorm activities like with your dorm mates.
Yeah.
So tell us how a BYU student freshman could ever feel lonely.
Yeah. I will say, I have to add, I brought this up in the last episode when I was a junior in high school and attended the SOAR program from the Multicultural Student Services Office. That was my first introduction to BYU, and it was a positive experience because I was surrounded by other people of color like me who I related to, who we resonated with the same things. And so that influenced my idea coming into BYU, thinking that, I'll just be around all these students of color that, share the same faith as me and have the same passions. And come to find out, I get to BYU and I have to actively find them. I didn't realize that the majority of BYU and the majority of the student population are white LDS. And so, again, that was also a misconception that I had because of that program that I attended through the Multicultural Student Services Office.
I guess I would hope that if you had that SOAR experience applying to BYU, that somehow BYU would carry that through. And it's like, oh, you were a SOAR student. Okay, here's orientation, and then here's where you go to meet all those other students of color so that you can start forming a community and friendships there. Yeah. On the one hand, I would think, would hope for that.
Right.
On the other hand, I would see BYU administrators as being, no, we don't see color.
Yeah.
You're just going to have the BYU experience.
Exactly.
And we're not going to segregate you. That's almost racist to segregate students by color. They would think they were doing you a favor by just integrating you into white BYU.
No, that's one. Yes, that is definitely true. This idea of we don't want to look like we're segregating, so we're not going to do anything. But then at the same time, you have, again, this sense of loneliness and this sense of isolation that, students of color really feel and experience. And at least that was true for me. Obviously, I can't speak for every student of color that attended BYU. I can only speak from, my friends and friends of color that opened up to me and, we shared similar things. But yeah, speaking for myself, it really felt like I was just kind of thrown into white BYU. And it really felt like I was set up for failure. And the reason why I say that is just because this idea that, like I said, that I would feel included, that my diversity would be celebrated and appreciated. It didn't feel that way. Either I was, again, the whole fetish thing of people pursuing me just because of my cultural identity and what I looked like. And then the other side of that where I didn't fit the standard of beauty. And so again, this very weird, then where do I belong? At least in the aspect of dating. I won't say that was my entire experience. I mean,
But dating is a huge part of BYU.
It is.
It's the main reason I went to BYU was the date. I'm not kidding. I had no way of really dating Mormon girls growing up in Texas.
Right.
So this was my one chance to date Mormon girls.
No, and I would totally agree with that. I mean, growing up in the area that I did, again, I was literally one of 5 Mormons, and they were my cousins.
In your high school?
In my house, yes. And my brother, literally, I had no... And again, the Mormon boys that I grew up back home, they weren't pursuing after me. So for me, there was no access or availability to that. So coming to BYU, I did have the idea that, okay, maybe I'll meet other Mormon boys who might find me attractive or beautiful or fit, the standard of beauty that they appreciate and have. I came into BYU having that mindset. Did I experience that in my freshman year at BYU? Absolutely not. If anything, it was the exact opposite and really deterred me away from the idea of ever even getting married. And which is why I was so focused on going on a mission my first year of BYU, because marriage is not possible right now. Dating is not happening at all. I'm seeing it happen for other people that don't look like me. And of course, for me, at that time, how could I not internalize, is it what I look like? Because I don't look like these other girls. but they're being asked out on dates every single day. So how can it not be about what I look like or how I come across or even the beliefs that I shared? I remember being at BYU and being vocal about supporting same-sex marriage, supporting queer people and people looking at me and, side-eyeing me and, making comments that, put down these beliefs that I literally protested about. And so that too was another thing where it's just like, wow, the only thing that I have in common with these people is that we're members of the same church. That was the only thing that we had in common. But anything in terms of like things that I believed in regard to human rights, in regard to, my cultural identity, that was nowhere near having any same level of understanding to me at the time. I really had to seek after friendships and specific people in order to feel included, in order to feel like I belonged. That was a concerted effort that I had to do, or else I would have just been consumed by this, white BYU idea.
Did you feel more embraced in your home ward than you did at BYU?
Yes.
How do you explain that?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Is that just because it's liberal Oakland, or?
I mean,
was it Bishop O, or was it just
for sure? I mean, Bishop O. I mean, one of like
and his wife Heather.
Yes, Heather as well. I love Heather, by the way.
Me too.
I mean, for sure, I definitely felt more accepted in my white ward back in the Bay Area than I ever did at BYU, which is so ironic. Again, there were experiences that weren't the most positive growing up in my white ward, but for the most part, I felt community. I felt a sense of LDS community. I felt a sense of, wow, the same faith community that I really, drew to for strength. And a lot of that was because of people like Bo Euler. I mean, he was the bishop that sent me out on my mission. Like when I talk about like the interviews that I did, like that was him. Like he was my bishop at the time. And so, and I'll never forget, I mean, I can't remember what letter it was about same-sex parents and children. And I remember it came out and it caused a lot of controversy. And I just remember Bo Euler as my bishop at the time going up on the stand and kind of not necessarily, I mean, I don't know if I would use the word denouncing it, but really just like saying that like that doesn't apply to us. That doesn't apply to this ward family. And I remember being amazed seeing an authority figure within that, that level of being a bishop, seeing somebody get up there and kind of go against what the top church leaders, apostles, the prophet was saying. That was the first time in my mind for me where I was like, oh, I can have a different opinion than my church leaders. That had never really occurred to me until that moment. And I was like about 15 at that time. I can't remember exactly what age I was. So yeah, I bring that up to illustrate just how important it was and how different I felt from my home ward, where it was very inclusive and progressive and liberal, of course, whereas at BYU, complete opposite.
Yeah. Well, mentioning LGBT stuff and your advocacy, the November 2015 exclusion policy would have come out while you were in your first semester at BYU.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Do you want to talk about when you remember that coming out, or do you even remember that?
It's so... Yes and no. I do remember it. And again, what I remember most is just how people around me at BYU reacted to it. And
which was how? Which
was in support of it and how it made sense. Whereas for me, in my mind, that did not make sense. That felt so contradictory to the life that I had led up until that point. And I'm talking about like some of my best friends are part of the LGBTQ plus community. So for me, the idea that here I am like sharing, this religion with people, bearing testimony, sharing my faith and being so proud of that. And then this coming out and thinking that goes against people that I love. That does not make sense to me. But then seeing, my peers at BYU, for them, it was just so easy to accept it. There was no space to ask questions or to challenge those kinds of things. And for me, that was a red flag. That was an issue for me because for me, I have the natural tendency to challenge things. If something doesn't make sense to me, I try to make it make sense, or I try to, find more information or look at it from a different perspective, or talk to people or, hear different stories. And it was just mind-blowing and mind-boggling to me that this vast majority of people did not do that, did not bat an eye at how that could be painful and hurtful to real families, to real people. And that was really bothersome to me in my freshman year at BYU.
Yeah. And I remember this at BYU because there was a strain of progressive activists at BYU, whether it was a Student Review, which was an alternative newspaper at the time, Joanna Brooks. There was a strain of social activism at BYU when I was there in the 80s and 90s. But of course, it was viewed as bad and unapproved. And but on the one hand, it makes on one hand, college is the time to protest, to
critically
learn,
think.
to find your voice, to critically think.
Yes.
That's like part of the purpose of college.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, Mormons just all saying whatever the brethren say, follow the brethren. That makes every bit of sense to me as well. So for you, it must have been a really confusing time.
Oh, very confusing. Because for me, I wasn't afraid to, like I said, challenge ideas. Because for me, it made sense to be inclusive of all of these marginalized communities and also be a follower of Christ. That never clashed to me. Christ influenced all of my activism during my upbringing. And so it just opened my eyes to just the lack of understanding, the lack of compassion, lack of empathy, the huge lack of critical thinking that, people around me, surrounding me did not have. And so it's interesting because at the same time, I'm reading the Book of Mormon. I'm studying to prepare for a mission, but I'm also wrestling with why am I surrounded by people that don't believe the things that I believe in? I don't get that, but here I am preparing to further teach this gospel to I don't know who. I wasn't obviously sure where I would be called to or where I would serve. And so it was just this weird balancing act during my freshman year of BYU where, I'm trying to find my community. I'm trying to, reconcile with people from my faith community that is clashing with my personal beliefs, political beliefs, whatever it was. But then I'm also prepping to go on a mission. That was a huge goal of mine and something that I was actively working towards. And I would say too, it wasn't just within the church, it was also, at BYU too, within my classes. I remember taking an American Heritage class at BYU and a student making a very derogatory comment about immigrants. It was very clear that this student was very anti-immigration, very anti letting anyone come, into the country. Made some comment about how people need to come in the legal way or whatnot, and it bothered me because obviously I'm a daughter of immigrants, and the process of immigration that my parents undertook was not by any means easy, and so just things like that, comments that, my peers, my college peers in all of these different classes that they would make. I even had students who would assume that, the scholarships that I received that paid for my BYU tuition was solely because of the color of my skin.
So affirmative action.
Affirmative action, 100%. I can't tell you how many times I had conversations with my white student counterparts, my white student peers that constantly made that comment and had just assumed that I was there just to boost numbers.
Fill racial quotas.
Exactly. And so again, things like that. And at the time, I couldn't process all of these things at once because it was happening so often, and it was happening in so many different ways, whether it was at church, whether it was in the dating world, whether it was in school, and people are acting as if they're experts about marginalized experiences and vulnerable populations. And me coming from a background where I saw that firsthand, it was just so much at once. to deal with, which is why I think I dived so deep into pursuing a mission, because I had this idea in my mind at the time that I'm going to be the Mormon that, shows how it should be done, or I'm going to be the Mormon that, changes the whole fabric of the church. Big goals.
Have you seen the Book of Mormon musical?
No, I haven't.
There's this line from the Book of Mormon musical, Bo's laughing, I'm going to be the Mormon who changes all mankind.
Yep. And I feel like most Mormons sitting in that theater watching that have all felt that way, right? Or it's just like, I'm going to be the one to help change things.
But you're trying to change Mormonism. See, that's the difference.
Yeah.
Right.
You're like, I'm going to be the woman of color that changes Mormon culture to make it better for not just for people of color and women of color, but for LGBT people and for,
everybody,
progressive people.
Yes.
And so you channel your discomfort at BYU into preparing for a mission and figuring out maybe how you could become an activist within Mormonism.
Yes.
Is that right?
For sure. Yeah, definitely.
My heart is already breaking for you
Yeah.
in the story, because I know how the story, I have a sense for how the story is going to end.
Yeah.
But really quickly, I have to ask. So I was an American Heritage TA at BYU.
Okay, yeah.
Back in the, late 80s and early 90s. And even at that time, BYU, American Heritage was kind of controversial, because the form of it was a history, political science, and economics class.
Yeah.
But it taught a very conservative, almost like nationalistic form of American history and American apologetics. I remember a friend, Matthew Stannard, would protest American Heritage as a course because it never mentioned, the treatment of Native Americans and cultural genocide or imperialism or nationalism. It was sort of like this. Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, the Constitution's inspired and America's great. And we're the light on the hill, and there's a truth and a goodness, and Jesus and God inspired the Constitution, and Mormon, somehow God led the church in America to save the world. That's kind of like how at the time I loved Rush Limbaugh and I loved the Republican Party. And so I loved being an American Heritage TA because it all fit with my Republican political sensibilities.
Right.
And my white maleness in the world. And Christianity, for that matter. How did you experience both the political sensibilities of the American Heritage class, but more importantly, the political sensibilities of the BYU student body? And I want to just give a disclaimer. We're not politically partisan on Mormon stories officially. We're not anti-Trump or pro-Biden or any of that. I despise in many ways the two-party system. I find both parties problematic. I find, let's just say, Biden and Trump problematic, just in different ways.
For sure.
Having said all that, I just want to know how you experienced political culture at BYU.
Okay, yeah.
And Nate's smiling.
And I'm also going to give Nate some time too, because I want to hear from him as well. Because again, that's one of the main reasons why I was drawn to people like Nate, because not just in the fact that we were like-minded, but being able to have real and raw, honest conversations about the political arena and the political atmosphere, not only at BYU, but in America itself as a nation. My experience at BYU and how I perceived it, well, ultimately, right-wing, extreme conservative, very homophobic, transphobic views. Again, same thing with the anti-Blackness, whether it was in my own Polynesian Pacific Islander community, or just this, this idea of, not even idea, but just undertones and also blatant racism. I bring that up too, because a lot of the things that I witnessed and experienced myself, And again, I won't say it was all, with malicious intent or people intentionally trying to hurt me. But I mean, I experienced numbers of, various, comments and things that I saw that people would say that, well, for one, obviously I didn't agree with politically, but at the same time, were really just these undertones of like such a lack of understanding or willingness to even have any proximity to the people that they were talking about. Like I mentioned, the person that made that comment about immigration, came to mind. I remember this girl, same class. She talked about how the reason why she locks her doors, the reason why she locks, the doors of her home is to protect the people inside from people outside. And she was specifically referring to immigrants because they're all criminals. She didn't explicitly say that, but I knew exactly what she was meaning. I knew exactly what she was insinuating. And so things like that I experienced constantly. And so again, here I was in this atmosphere of people who are openly and proudly, conservative, proudly Republican, but with that attached with, these very homophobic, transphobic, very racist views, anti-Black views, anti-immigration views. But in my mind, I'm like, then why do you believe in missionary work? Like, how can you believe in missionary work and you think about people in this way? You think about people that come from these different backgrounds in that way. Again, which fed into I'm going to change the world. I'm going to change the church and I'm going to go on a mission and do better than they did. But yeah, I mean, Nate, what would you add in terms of how you viewed, I guess the political atmosphere at BYU? That was just what I saw right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, I to be honest, I would say probably the best way to describe being at BYU as a person of color is if you got invited to go on vacation with somebody else's friend group and you didn't know anybody in the group. It kind of feels like that, where it's uncomfortable. Everybody else seems to have a lot in common with each other, but you don't necessarily.
That's a great analogy.
And yeah, it's just an uncomfortable experience all the way around. And, every once in a while there might be a chance to connect with someone, but for the most part, you just kind of feel like an outsider because you hear things, like the comment that the lady made about locking her doors and things like that. And you say, well, that's about me. Or, I know that this person is they may not be looking directly at me, but they're making this comment and that comment affects me in some way.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so I feel like the political climate at BYU, obviously it's extremely conservative, but on top of that, it's extremely LDS. And so you put those two together and you have the element of being super sheltered as a member of the church. And then also the element of being extremely conservative on top of that. It creates an interesting environment and it just feels hostile all the time.
Yes.
I didn't realize this at the time, but I used to play music on campus all the time. Every time I went on campus, I would play music.
Which I loved.
It was great. I had a speaker and I would play songs, different music, different days. Sometimes it was rock, sometimes it was R&B, sometimes it was hip hop. And I would play that on my way to class. And part of why I did it was so nobody would talk to me unless I wanted them to. And then I think another part of it was that I was just very anxious being on campus. And I didn't realize that at the time. But going on campus just kind of spiked my anxiety like crazy. And so to just make it to class, I would play music just as a way of getting there and, being able to focus.
Like with earbuds or the way
with a
people could
loudspeaker.
hear?
Yeah, so other people could hear.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it was kind of like a way of...
Like on your phone, just the speaker enabled or...
So I had a Bluetooth speaker.
Okay.
Bluetooth
you would
speaker,
carry
and I would
a
put it on
Bluetooth
my
speaker
backpack, yeah. And I would carry that. And so people would hear the music.
Yeah, anyone could hear it.
Yeah, anyone could hear it. You could hear it from a long ways away.
Oh, okay.
And so I would just play my music on the way to class. And so it was a way of me being like, hey, I'm here.
Like a force field.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's kind of how I use it, as like a force field on my way to class. But yeah, it just felt very hostile. And so that was a way to make it feel less hostile for me on my way to class. And so I think that's the political climate at BYU for most people of color is very hostile. And unless you assimilate into that, then it just continues to feel that way. And so I think I talked about this on my episode where you'll see kind of a divergence where some people will like try and assimilate and try and, put themselves in a position where they're accepted, myself included in that. And then there's other people who will try and diverge and, be independent and be themselves, but it is also a very uncomfortable experience.
Yeah, and I want my Republican or conservative political listeners to feel comfortable on Mormon stories and never feel judged or like there's even a preference. But I'm going to ask them to put on their empathy caps for a second, because like if I'm channeling 2016, Obama will have just served 2 terms, right?
Yeah.
Donald Trump would be running in the primaries against Hillary Clinton, and Trump's platform would have been anti-Black Lives Matter.
Yes.
And it would have been anti-immigrant.
Yes.
And it probably wouldn't have been pro-LGBT.
Exactly.
And so to have the overwhelming majority of your college peers be anti-immigrant, anti-LGBT, in some ways misogynistic or anti-women, because Trump didn't feel like the best friend to women to many at the time. And I think a big part of Republicanism, as I understood it, was to view the Obama, like to refer to Obama as Satan, and to refer to Michelle and Barack Obama as like horrible, evil people.
Yeah.
By just people who felt affiliation with the Republican Party. I just can't imagine how hostile that environment would feel at BYU to women of color and to African Americans, and to someone who had been advocating for Black Lives Matters as an immigrant.
Yes.
Like, I can't think of a worse environment for you to be in, frankly.
No.
As a college freshman.
It honestly, it was.
Can you, bro? Like,
No.
Like, let's pick the worst possible environment for Saane Siale, and let's put her there as a freshman, college-wise.
Yeah, no, 100%. And especially, the 2016 presidential election, that's a huge part of, my story at BYU. I was actually in my mission when I found out that Trump had won. And, but even before leading up to that, just the way that, and again, like I never had an issue with people who were Republican, or I grew up with bipartisan parents. My mom was Democrat, my dad was Republican. Like I grew up with, this healthy conflict of having differing opinions, different ways of looking at the world. What became an issue is that, as Nate said, right, this combination of like, you almost can't be Mormon without having this conservative or Republican point of view. That was my perspective being at BYU. Me being this progressive liberal Mormon, that was wrong. That was absolutely wrong. That's how I felt being at BYU. And so that was my issue, was just there was no space for people like me to have a space that mattered, to have a space that, felt uplifted or was even considered or even respected. That was never the case, at least for me. And so for me, I mean, it tainted the way that I viewed Republicans and conservatives, because so much of, like you mentioned, right, this anti-immigrant, anti-Black Lives Matter, anti-LGBTQ community, anti-same-sex marriage, all those things, people around me, my peers, were very vocal about that. Very vocal, very proud of that. And connected those political beliefs to scripture, connected those political beliefs to the doctrine within the church. So, of course, they would justify
racism and that sort of thing.
Yeah, anti-immigration. Yeah, all those things.
With the scriptures?
Yes, 100%. I mean, how? In a lot of different ways.
What scripture supports, and so what scripture, Mormon or Christian, supports racism and or anti-immigration and or anti-Black Lives Matter? Do you even remember how that would be justified?
You can find a scripture to support anything. I mean, I don't know. I can't name any specific ones, but
right.
People will take things and they'll take their beliefs and twist it into whatever they want it to. That's how slavery was justified through religion. That's how, sexism is justified. That's why I saw the guy who wrote Purpose Driven Life. His church was just kicked out of the Southern Baptist Convention because
Rick Warren, Saddleback Church.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he hired a woman pastor, and so they kicked him out of the Southern Baptist Convention. So they justify that through religion. it doesn't really matter what the scripture is. It's just all about the mindset.
But that happened in Mormonism at BYU?
What happened?
Just the justification of bigotry through Christian and Mormon scripture?
Oh, yes, absolutely. On my mission, I had several people tell me that Trump was called by God and, say things like that. He was brought to save the world, or he was the second coming of Jesus Christ. I got that quite a bit in Houston.
Or like the white horse prophecy, the Constitution is going to hang by a thread sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. My mission president prophesied that Donald Trump would win the election.
In a good way.
Yeah. Well, so it was more neutral. What did he say? He said he already knew who was going to win the election. And he used the scriptures. He used 2 Nephi, where he talks about how what did he say? He talked about how like the devil would influence people, and he would bind them with, he would use anger, he would use fear, and something else. And he's like, Donald Trump has tapped into people's anger. That's why he's going to win the election. So it wasn't necessarily a positive thing, but yeah, so I heard a lot of things like that. And
and I would totally agree with Nate. Like that was the same lines of like using anything to justify their comfort with their own beliefs. That was just a constant theme that I saw in my peers at BYU. And it was interesting because I mean, even comments about Trump, and I mean, people compared him to Captain Moroni. People even revered him. We talk about how, like, if we talk about, the 10 Commandments about how to not have idols. I literally saw my own Mormon peers at BYU who literally idolized Donald Trump. And that was so confusing to me because I'm just like, how do you not see the hypocrisy in how you're leading your life in terms of, well, I guess in a political aspect. And the way that people talked about Donald Trump, at least in my experience at BYU, never heard those things about Obama, never in the same light, at least. Like you said, when it came to the conversation of Obama, it was just so evil, so horrible, so this and that. And then here people are praising Donald Trump. Even when I was in the MTC, in my zone, I was with multiple missionaries that were going to different French-speaking countries. I served in Tahiti, Papeete, French and Tahitian speaking. And so with, other missionaries in the MTC, I remember vividly people screaming, like, in joy, like cheering, like, yay, Donald Trump won. And people making the comments that, God is going to come back into this country, or like, we're going to get back on the right track. And in my mind thinking, how am I in the same vicinity with these people that are so joyous and happy about this outcome of this election? And I feel so defeated, so hopeless, and so scared of what that would look like. Again, just like constant wrestling of like, how does this make sense? We're all going to be missionaries. We're all about to go serve in the field. And there's, their perspective and there's mine, but we're supposed to teach about the same things. We're supposed to teach and share the same gospel. Very confusing.
Yeah. So, again, putting partisanship aside, it sounds like BYU students and even fellow missionaries in the MTC and mission presidents felt totally comfortable expressing public elation at Donald Trump's being voted into office.
Yeah.
You probably would not have felt comfortable expressing public regret or remorse about your views of that same outcome.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Did not feel comfortable. Did not feel like there was a space to express dismay or disagreement or disappointment even. If anything, that I probably would have been shamed if I expressed that. Or at least that's what I thought. That's how I felt. And so it was very much like, and again, obviously, if you understand my upbringing, I was not afraid to speak up. I was not afraid to share my beliefs. But here I was not feeling comfortable to do that because so much of my community and people that I was surrounded by at that time were so against things that I believed in, especially with the Black Lives Matter movement. And just seeing the hostility that Donald Trump incited and instilled. And again, people may disagree with me and whatnot, but I visibly felt that. That fear that it almost, at least for me, the way that I describe it when I think back to, Trump era and that time of his election and him running in the presidential election, it just felt like people were comfortable now being racist openly. Like, it wasn't like, I don't know if that makes sense. And I don't know if Nate, if you would, add to that or even disagree with that. But that's what I felt like being at BYU, that now people around me were now more comfortable because of, Trump's influence to be openly anti, immigration or, being openly racist or, and so to me, that instilled this hostility in me and this fear of like, how is this possible? And we all say that we believe in Christ. Like that literally did not make any sense to me.
Because in your mind, your activism was rooted in both Christianity and Mormonism.
100%.
So that must have been so disorienting and disheartening for you.
Yes, it definitely was. And I mean, and even within the Polynesian community, there weren't people literally with my cultural background that were as vocal and I know that there are, but did I see them? Did I hear from them? Did I gain support, garner support from people from my ethnic racial community? I did not. And so that was another layer of the loneliness and the isolation that I felt where I saw people that looked like me, that shared the same culture as me, support the majority white perspective, who supported Donald Trump, whose parents voted for Donald Trump, who openly, talked about, their homophobia, their transphobia, and they were proud of that because, again, it was right within the church, right? They had scripture or words from the prophet or whatever it was, words from apostles that supported those ideologies. So there was no reason to think differently or to challenge those ideas. And so, again, here I am, being a Pacific Islander woman, being a Polynesian woman, and not finding support from my own community and also not finding support from the overall majority white community. And so this very like, where do I go? Where do I fit in? As someone who was as progressive as I was at the time and still trying to reconcile staying in the church.
So were you miserable your freshman year at BYU? Or
yes
was there
and no.
also good stuff?
It was a mixture. I mean, obviously I loved my roommates. Luckily, I never experienced, racism within, my living space. That's something that I'm really grateful for because I know other friends of mine didn't have that same experience. So I was very fortunate to have really good, supportive people. Again, did we have the same beliefs or no? It was always a conversation that was kind of avoided and kind of like, this beating around the bush kind of thing. And so I had kind of learned to just not bring up like what I genuinely thought, unless you were somebody that I trusted with that information. But obviously there were positive experiences here and there, but overall, it was a really difficult time. And I don't think I let people into that. I don't think people really understood how difficult it was. Because I'm also naturally a person that doesn't want to show when I struggle. And so I'm sure there are people that, who knew me back from freshman year who would have never thought that it was miserable. But yeah, it definitely was for a majority. I think I just did my best to hide it because I was already there. I already got this full ride, scholarship. It's paying for my school. My parents don't have the capabilities to pay for my schooling. So I'm kind of like, I'm already here. I'm stuck. So I might as well make the best of it. And so that was kind of like my mentality, at least the first year, prepping for a mission. Did
you have any romantic experiences that freshman year?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Poor dating experiences, but nothing. Yeah, nothing in terms of... No
love interests?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you meet Nate or any other people of color that freshman year?
Yeah.
And make friendships there? Did you find a way to find a community of people of color?
Yes, I definitely did. Through the Multicultural Student Services Office, they have obviously different cultural programs. So like BYU Luau, which obviously is a celebration for Polynesian culture and communities. Also, they even have like Fiesta, which celebrates Latin American, and then BYU Perspectives, which is like on Black history. And so, yeah, I found, people who would later on become like really close friends through the Multicultural Student Services Office, and also just through just being involved as much as I could possibly be. I was obviously super involved in high school, and so that kind of naturally happened for me in my freshman year of BYU. But that was obviously kind of cut short because I already had the mentality that I would go on a mission. And so even though I was trying to be involved, I was also in the back of my mind, well, I'm going to take an almost 2-year break from school.
And really quickly, I'm sure let's just say it's 2015. Some parents of color are asking BYU administration, hey, is this place okay for my student of color? I could imagine the administrators going, oh yeah, we've got the Multicultural Service Center, and they can just find who they want there, and it's a great community to support our students of color. Is that like, did that meet your needs? You know what I mean? Like, was that like, oh yeah, I was great because I had that? Or did it not? And Nate, you can answer this too. Does that, or there's the Black Student Union, which did that exist in 2015?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it did.
Okay. And so like if administrators were go, we're great with people of color. Look, we've got these student groups. As students of color, how would you say that wasn't enough or meeting your needs if those groups existed?
Right. So yes, those groups did exist. Can I say that it met my needs? No, I can't say that.
Why not? They have a luau.
Yeah.
I'm being a little bit cheeky, but
It feels a little bit like, no, I'm cool. I've got a gay uncle. Right? Like, all right, come on.
I wanted to hear how. Yeah.
No, I mean, and yeah, of course, like I can see administration of people saying like, oh, we have these things, and it's just like that's once in a year. That's like
A luau.
Yeah, and mind you, I led the Tongan section for BYU Lua in 2019. And most of my family, like all the costuming and all of that, like my family did that. Like my family members in Utah, there was no funding that was given to me. I had to raise that funding on my own. So even just the act of me sharing my culture, that was extra work that I had to do. That was volunteer work, if we really want to be honest, that I had to do.
You're doing BYU community a favor. It's not doing you a favor.
Exactly. Right. It wasn't BYU putting this on in a culturally appropriate way. It was them giving this the space to do it and telling us, do it, go do it. And for me, it's just like there's so many logistics that go into, especially when we're talking about cultural dance, cultural music. There has to be sacred respect when we do that. And obviously I'm grateful that they entrusted us students to do that. I think that was important. But at the same time, I mean, like there were so many aspects of my BYU experience where you could have, a white student that could just be a student. Whereas for me, I was a student, but I was leading the section, trying to put on the show. I am trying to lead, diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts on the side. I'm also trying to give insight on this and that, and I'm not being paid for any of this. Mm-hmm. This is all extra time that I'm having to make to help BYU be a better place. But it wasn't a good place for me to begin with coming into it. Does that make sense? Nate, what would you say and add to that? Honestly,
something very similar. To be a conscious person of color at BYU, like a student of color at BYU, is to essentially be a full-time, on-call 24/7 DEI consultant.
Yes.
Because whenever they need something, whenever something happens, the Black Student Union email is going to blow up. Whenever there's an incident or whenever somebody needs something from you, if they need you to come and offer your opinion on something in some department, they're always going to reach out to the students of color, but they're never willing to provide anything for that. The Black students, all those things like Luau, Fiesta, Black Student Union, the Multicultural Students Office, they don't exist because of BYU. They exist in spite of BYU. Like they exist because students like Saane are there to help keep things going, to help keep things running, and they're willing to do that without being paid. We'd be multimillionaires if we got paid for all the work that we did at BYU. You know, I mean, 60, 70 hours a week. You know, the time that I spent as Black Student Union president, you know, I did a lot of that. I put a lot of my own money, thousands of dollars, into keeping the Black Student Union afloat because there was no funding from the university. You know, if you went to a meeting, they had a meeting every 2 weeks. It was like some kind of meeting for all the club presidents. If you went to that, if you went to, I think, 2 of those a month, then they would give you, I think, $25 for the semester or something like that, or $50 for the semester. But you had to go twice a month, you know, for the whole semester to get that $50. And, you know, if I'm trying to take care of 30, 40, 50 Black students, $50 is not going to go very far. You know, So I was spending a lot of my own money for my own work. And on top of that, going to panels and talking, you know, meeting with leaders of different departments and with the university president. And, you know, those kind of things, they add up, especially when you're trying to be a student. So,
and the thing is, too, it wasn't until after, like, I had done so much of this work that somebody outside of, you know, my BYU experience, she literally asked me, I'm like, you did that for free? And it wasn't until that point where I realized that, oh my gosh, I was carrying a full-time job an unpaid full-time job on top of being a student, on top of trying to keep up with my callings, on top of, again, you know, trying to take care of other students who saw me as a resource, but then also me trying to find other resources. And there's just this domino effect of so many things that I had never considered that shouldn't have been my normal as a college student.
So what I'm hearing is that the few and paltry student groups or services that were offered to students of color at BYU were kind of run on the backs of these students of color, almost through a little bit of exploitation. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
It's not something that the administration would go, look at the great things we do. They wouldn't have space to do that. It would be more, these students find a way to try and support each other at not a lot of help from us.
Yeah, for sure. And even the faculty of color that are at BYU, I know they see the same issues, and they obviously also experience, the weight of all that, you know, BYU lacks and hasn't done on their shoulders as well. And so, there are a lot of faculty that, you know, I admire, and my heart goes out to them as well because they're still there. I'm not. And seeing that too as well is almost kind of like with students like me and Nate, and even like the rest of Black Menaces, you know, it's kind of like this archetype of this student that, right, who cares so much and who cares so deeply and wants to change things. But then when you really look at it from a different way, it is exploitation almost. It 100% is. Because, I mean, like Nate said, like having to use your own funds, same with me. Like when I led that section in 2019, that literally came from most of my pocket. And at that time, I mean, like, I'm not the most financially stable person either. And I mean, I grew up in an apartment my entire life. You know, my parents were renters, never owned a home. But here I am trying to do all these multiple things, trying to balance that when that shouldn't have been the case. And so, again, I think there are well-intentioned, good-hearted people at BYU that are trying to, you know, open up access to resources, but does it meet the needs of the student populations that, you know, that really need that help? I still think it's still far from meeting those needs.
Yeah. It was almost like being I don't know, I could be way off on this, but it almost was like being a bishop, but you didn't have a budget. Where like we were given stewardship over people of color at the university because the university is not going to look out for them. The only reason I learned about Black Student Union is because people invited me to it. And a lot of people, if you talk to them in Black Student Union, they'll say, I found out about this from a friend, because the university doesn't do anything to help promote those, right?
Yes,
it's probably
that's
the same
so true.
with others. And, you know, we had weekly activities, but also there was a lot that we did outside of that. I hosted at my own home many times, and spent a lot of time planning and in different meetings and things like that. And so it was almost like, again, I could be way off, but it felt like being a bishop where you had stewardship over all these people, but there are also no resources to help you do that, right?
Yeah, that's a great way to describe it.
So by the end of your freshman year, you did 2 semesters before your mission?
Yeah.
Saane? Mm-hmm. What kept you from just going, wait a minute, if this is Jesus's one true university, if this is God's one true church that Jesus leads, and this is their university, and it's so incredibly inhospitable to people like me, what kept you from just going, wait a minute, there must be a problem with the church. Maybe the church isn't true. The last thing I'm going to do is now go be a 2-year to pay to be a full-time salesman or missionary for the church for 2 years in a church that couldn't even give me a healthy freshman year at their university. What kept you from just saying, nope, time out. I'm going to pause my BYU experience. Yeah. I'm going to go home. Maybe I'm going to consider a transfer to Berkeley or Stanford or some other UCLA, whatever, some other great university, and reconsider my membership in this church that feels completely hostile, frankly, to people like me. What kept that from happening to you at the end of your freshman year versus becoming a full-time salesperson or missionary for the church?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, honestly, I saw the mission as a pause from all of that. When I think about, the difficult and negative experiences from my freshman year of BYU, I saw the mission as like a way out, at least for that time being. So that's what I would first say. On the other hand, it really just comes back to coming from a ward that was very progressive. That's the way that I grew up Mormon. And so for me at the time, I kind of reconciled it as the Jesus Christ that I believe in is not the one that they believe in. That was like my understanding. We believe in 2 different versions of Christ, and I believe that my version of Christ is actually the true one. So that was kind of like the way that I kind of justified still staying and still trying to reconcile, and still, in my mind, it was just, they just haven't caught up to me yet, to my understanding. All of BYU, obviously. That was like the way that I viewed it as eventually they'll understand and see the Christ that I see and why and how that influences what I believe in. That's what I would say got me through my freshman year and what made me decide to continue to pursue a mission. Because again, I saw the mission as another opportunity to change, this church culture and this church membership for the better. Like I saw the mission as an opportunity to continue doing that as I was already doing that growing up in the church. And so, yeah.
Well, I can almost see it as a form of cognitive dissonance management to say, well, it must just be BYU. I mean, the church is still true. Yeah. I mean, my ward was awesome.
Yeah.
BYU just must be messed up, right?
Yeah.
It's not the church.
For sure. A mixture, for sure. Yeah, I think at least what got me through was having the idea that, gosh, BYU just must not be, what I thought it would be. And it's clearly not. And so it might just be this isolated pocket of people that think this way and not use that to judge the entire world or the entire membership of the church.
Right. Yeah. So how was your mission?
Oh man, my mission. Goodness. I have such a mixture of feelings. I still remember when I got my call, even going back from my patriarchal blessing and finding out that, I'm a part of the tribe of Manasseh, and then my
talk about that.
And in my patriarchal blessing, it talks about how I would serve people from my tribe. And I thought that was interesting. And I didn't realize it at the time, but once I got my mission call, it kind of made sense because I obviously read it and I'm like, I'm going to Tahiti, another island within the South Pacific, Polynesian island, as a matter of fact. And so it kind of like this circle of life moment for me where I'm like, oh, wow, now I'm like going to be around people like me, people that, you know, are Polynesian as well.
Can I just note, and I don't want to impose this on you.
No, yeah.
But like this idea of like we as predominantly white Mormons are assigned memberships in ancient tribes, but they're Israeli or Jewish tribes, but somehow we're in the blood of Israel. So some old white guy is assigning us to be a membership of a tribe from 2,000 years ago. Yet your ancestors were literally parts of tribes.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And,
they were.
And you know, they were Tongan tribes, right? They weren't Jewish tribes. They weren't white tribes. And yet some older white dude is giving you a tribal assignment.
Yeah.
Did the weirdness of that register to you at all?
At the time, it did not.
It's just like, of course I'm Manasseh. What the heck is Manasseh? Or in my case, Ephraim. Those are our tribes. But you come from a tribal culture. Like that's
Yes. 100%.
There's some weird irony there.
No, there definitely is weird irony there. Did I realize that weird irony at the time? I totally didn't, because again, there was so much that I kind of just ignored. There were just a lot of things that I kind of just accepted as they came, because, and then again, all of those things were just extra things that came with the gospel. But for me, the only part that mattered to me, the only thing that had sustenance was Christ. Everything else was kind of just added on Mormonism things that you do, but not necessarily, I believe that I am a part of the tribe of Manasseh. That I had no connection to that. It was just kind of like, oh, okay, cool. But
there's a downplaying of your cultural heritage because your dad literally worked for the king of Tonga at
for
one
sure.
point.
No, yeah.
And but you're not thinking of your Tongan heritage.
Yeah.
You're thinking of like, I'm becoming more and more white Mormon every day. I don't know. Like
yeah. I mean,
something.
I don't think I looked at it in that way. Because again, I mean, the fabric of Tongan culture is Christ. Like I mentioned in the flag, the blood of Christ, and white representing the purity of Christ and him being perfect. And so me focusing on Christ, I was honoring my culture. Like that, those two were one and the same. It wasn't necessarily me becoming more of like a white Mormon, because all the white Mormons that I saw at BYU didn't believe in the things that I believed in. They didn't believe in Black Lives Matter. They didn't believe in queer rights. They didn't believe in inclusive immigration policies. And so for me, I was not trying to become more like them, if that makes sense. Because for me, that did not fit together. What, grew, I guess my love and dedication to the gospel was just my understanding of Christ. And that, like I said, was intertwined with being Tongan.
Okay. And I just want to end with this little small point that even as we're all raised Mormon, when Bo and I were assigned to be in the tribe of Ephraim, and you were assigned to be in the tribe of Manasseh, why? Why were you assigned Manasseh, but us Ephraim?
Yeah.
Do you have an idea?
I mean,
why didn't the patriarch assign you Ephraim?
Right. I mean, that's honestly a question that I never asked myself. I truly didn't. I had always been taught that it made sense that I was in the tribe of Manasseh because Polynesian people, Pacific Islanders, were part of the tribe of Manasseh, so it made sense. But in terms of like understanding why that was the case or why it was different from other people, never really talked about that. I was never taught about it. That was never a conversation that came up in depth.
Nate, I'm trying to remember. Were you assigned a tribe in your patriarchal blessing?
Yeah, I was.
And it was?
It was Ephraim.
Okay, so you were Ephraim.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But my parents were Manasseh.
Okay.
Yeah.
See?
It's
doesn't
interesting.
make sense.
They're your parents.
Mine is the tribe of Ephraim, and it specifically says the more worthy son.
Whoa.
Yeah, because that's what I'm kind of getting at. Is
Like literally in my blessing.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Here's why Ephraim,
Interesting.
the more worthy son.
So darkness in Mormonism equated with less valiance, with sin, with wickedness. So whites need to have the distinction of Ephraim.
Right.
But people of color need to have the distinction. Generally, Manasseh, although Nate, you got some sort of exception, but not your parents. Like, I got to call that out.
Yeah, for sure.
But to you at the time, you're just going with it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Just going with it. But again, it is true. Like for me personally, coming from a tribal culture, it's obviously ironic when we think about that, and people don't truly think about those kinds of connections also. But yeah, I mean, going back to my mission and what that experience was like, yeah, it was a mixture of things. Again, my experience at MTC, oh my gosh, was not the greatest. It was honestly, yeah, I look back and I'm like, wow, can't believe that I thought that, not that I thought that things that happened there were okay, but.
What was so hard about the MTC?
So many experiences where, I was surrounded by white missionaries who made very racially motivated comments, or again, the thing with the presidential election. And people, talking about how grateful they are to Trump that he's gonna, end Black Lives Matter because it's a ridiculous movement, and Black people don't need that, things like that people would openly talk about in the MTC. It enraged me because it was so opposite from what it meant to be Christ-like in my mind at the time. And so, again, you had those. I mean, there was literally a time where obviously you can't leave your companion, right? You're supposed to be with them. And I literally left my companion to go cry in the bathroom because I was so angry, and but I didn't feel like I could say anything. And whenever I tried, I would just break down, which was so unlike me because I was never afraid.
What had happened between your high school years and then you went to this 1 year at BYU, and now you're on your mission crying alone in the bathroom because you don't feel like you can say anything? That's not the Saane that I knew in high school, who was literally on the street saying what she felt.
Yeah.
What happened during that year?
Gosh, that's a really good question.
Sounds like you learned to be silent.
BYU has a way of doing that.
That honestly,
when you're surrounded by people, like when it feels hostile all the time, you just kind of learn to protect yourself.
Yes.
And you kind of close down. And so I think that could be part of what happened.
100%. Exactly what Nate said. I think honestly, it got to the point where I had to pick my battles. And my battle was preserving myself. Because every part of my identity, every part that I had fought for, every part that I was so proud to share was being questioned and challenged by everyone around me. And I'm talking about people, again, who shared the same religion and shared the same faith with me, who was reading the same scriptures as I was. And so, again, it was just like I'm trying to reconcile. I'm in the same room of people that are supposed to be, right, this unified community. That was something that I always thought would be the case. And now I'm in this space where that's not true at all. How do I make sense of that? And again, too, I would say as well, being on the mission, and even previous to my mission, I always felt like this example, like this perfect example of like what it's like to be a good member. And so there was also this sense of responsibility that I placed on myself that I had to make this work. I had to make this mission thing work because, I was one of the few, at least in the stake, that was even serving at the time or was prepared to serve. I even did a whole summer working at the temple before my mission, before I actually left. I attended temple sessions with my dad. So I was doing all these things with this sense of responsibility that this has to be my end game. This has to work out. Even though inside me, I'm thinking, how is this supposed to work? Because it's not working out for me internally. And so, yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like this idea of silence as a form of self-preservation, when we know that silence is kind of deadly in terms of like internalizing and your distress and your discomfort, it's toxic to your mental health, and yet it's perceived as a form of self-preservation. That's hard and sad.
Yeah, I think I talked about that on my episode as well, where it's because if you say things and you're constantly, it's already a hostile environment. And then if you say things that just ostracizes you even more, because then people don't want to be around you.
Exactly.
And, the best, or like the epitome of your college experience is meeting people, making friends. And so that's kind of the expectation, is to go in and to find people that you can get along with. And so, if you quickly discover that in order to do that, you have to change parts of yourself, then you kind of just learn to suppress those things. And it's not healthy, but it's a way of self-preservation and trying to, just have a decent college experience at BYU.
Yeah.
Self-preservation and self-harm simultaneously.
Yeah, at the same time.
For sure. All in the name of survival, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so obviously my MTC experience was, not the greatest. And then also key to my experience in MTC, my brother had a very serious suicide attempt. It was very serious. He had overdosed on a huge amount of pills, and he was placed in a coma. And Bo, you can speak to that experience as well. I've talked about it with my brother, and we have a close relationship. And so, but the reason why I bring that up, I remember being in MTC, and mind you, it was very difficult for me to leave on my mission, because that meant me leaving my family. And if you remember, the role that I had in my family, I was basically the third parent. Mm-hmm. And so this meant me literally leaving my siblings to fend for themselves. And I wasn't going to be there to protect them. And just how much that involvement looks like, my brother in his high school graduation, I negotiated and argued with his principal to let my brother walk at graduation, because there was a lot of discrimination against my brother and his experience in high school. I was the person that went in and talked with him to advocate for my brother. And I only bring that up to illustrate just how much I was involved in my siblings' lives and how much of a protector I was. So being in the MTC and now getting this email from my mom who's asking me to tell her what to do. And I'm sitting there thinking, how can I tell you what to do? You're my mom. I don't know what to do. I've never been in this situation. I'm in the MTC. I'm thousands of miles away. I am nowhere near. I can't even go visit my brother in the hospital. And at that point, I had no idea if he was going to make it or not. All these questions are swirling through my mind, and again, this idea that, and I have, there's a lot of sadness that I have for, that part of myself and that experience. In my mind, I can't remember if it was my companion at the time or somebody within my zone or district, but they had told me that you being on your mission will save your brother. That's what I was told. And I believed that. And so my idea of being on the mission, being out there, serving this mission was going to save my family, preserve them, give them blessings that I couldn't even imagine. And so that was kind of what kept me going. So long as I'm on my mission and being as worthy as possible and doing all these things, then my family will be blessed. And yeah, sorry, I'm not really sure if I was answering a specific question or not, but
no, it's sounds like that was an important part of your MTC experience.
Yes, 100%. Because then that brought in the discussion of mental health that was never talked about in my family growing up. It wasn't even a topic or an idea. And my brother was diagnosed with severe depression. But I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that experience, because I wasn't there.
Yeah, you weren't. And we were rooting that you would stay on your mission and not come home and protect your family again, because you'd always been in that role. And so there were a number of us just, hoping and praying that you stay there and that you start that new chapter of your life. And we did rally around your brother. So David, we called him Foe.
His middle name's Siale Foe, so that's where Foe comes from.
And so when Foe tried to take his life, it was a very difficult experience and very sad. And I think one of the learnings from that experience, as I sat in the hospital for hours with him, and your family members would come in and out and would call, and we would talk about what to do, there was this mental distance between your parents going, but we gave him everything. Yeah. Like, he has the gospel of Jesus Christ. He's made covenants. He's baptized. He has the priesthood. He has everything that he could possibly want to be happy. And yet here he is laying in a coma in the hospital after trying to take his life. We can't understand how that's even possible. And I think that they began that process that day of like, what is not working? Mm-hmm. And it's a process that I think a lot of us parents in the church go through, right? Where our kids are going through something and we're just thinking, why isn't this working? This is supposed to work. And there was David on a hospital bed. Clearly, something is not working.
Yeah, the plan of happiness, right?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the plan of happiness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was a rough time. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to get emotional. I think for me, what's coming up is just, I'm so grateful that obviously the outcome was not me having had lost a brother. I'm so glad to say that he's still here today and, excuse me, mentally doing better and whatnot. But I think there's just a part of me that grieves for that version of myself on the mission, because I was so protective over my family. And just the idea of that my parents didn't know what to do. And here I was with this this pact to bring other families into the gospel. Like, that was more important than protecting my family at the time. And so, I don't know, it's sometimes I don't often think about that time because I forget just how much in despair I was because I couldn't physically be there with my brother or be there with my family to help with that guidance. And maybe in a way, it did teach me to kind of like let go of that responsibility that I had placed on myself for so long, but obviously didn't make it any easier. And honestly, going into my mission, it's so mixed because there's so many parts to it that are really beautiful and things that I'll never forget and things that I truly appreciate. And I know I wouldn't have been able to experience it any other way other than through the experience of serving a mission. One of those being actually one of my investigators. This ties back to my brother's experience. One of my investigators, he was progressing really well with lessons, but something had tragically happened where, his girlfriend's family, he was living with his girlfriend's family. They had a child together. They had kicked him out because I can't exactly remember the reason why, but it was a mixture of like him with his own past and dealing with addiction. And I remember getting a phone call at 6 a.m. one morning, and I knew in my heart the things that he was saying. He was basically giving us like a goodbye call. But I knew exactly when I got that call that he was going to attempt to take his own life. And I remember pleading with him to meet with us within the next 10 minutes. And I remember, calling. Luckily, at that time, I was living right next to the APs at the time. And so called up some of the elders. It was just perfect timing. And I asked them to, give a priesthood blessing. And it was the shortest priesthood blessing, but in it was everything that he needed to say and everything that, the investigator at the time needed to hear. And all he said in the blessing was just that God wants you to stay. That's literally what he said. And I just remember we're all bawling and he's bawling and crying. And he had later revealed to me that day he was planning to take his own life. And hearing that God wanted him to stay was enough to not choose that. And so, again, those are experiences that, I cherish. I don't look back at that and regret because that investigator, I saw my brother. Oh, wow. Did not expect to get emotional. Did not. Excuse me. And so obviously I had, those formative experiences on the mission. And at the same time, it was also difficult in the sense that I was really, challenging and confronting with myself. Do I really believe in this? It even came to the point where I would alter lessons. I would alter the way that I teach people, the way that I taught, because over time throughout my mission, I didn't believe in certain things that we were asked to preach about and teach about. And so,
do you mind sharing what some of those, if it can come to your mind? And thanks for being so vulnerable. What were some of the Mormon or Christian doctrines or teachings that you were struggling to feel good about as a Mormon missionary?
For sure. For one, the law of chastity in terms of same-sex marriage, just LGBTQ couples. I had taught a lesbian couple on my mission. And I told my companion, I'm not going to teach that their love and their relationship is wrong. I don't believe in that. I don't know if my companion really agreed with that, but she kind of had the personality where she was just more mellow and quiet and kind of followed whatever I did. Not saying that that's a good thing, but it allowed me to kind of have that freedom to do things like that. So yeah, when I taught that lesbian couple, I never denounced their relationship or the fact that they were both women together, living together. Never ever did I bring that up. If anything, I was supportive of it. And they were quite shocked because they had been wanting to take missionary lessons, but those missionaries had ceased and stopped teaching them because they didn't want to stop being in a relationship. And so they were surprised that I was like the first missionary that told them that, oh no, I actually believe in your love. I believe in your relationship. I'm okay with that. And you can believe in Christ too and still do that. That was a surprise to them. And so things like that I did on the mission.
But what's your end game as a Mormon missionary? Are you going to baptize this lesbian couple into the church? Like,
good question.
Yeah. Did you think about the end game there?
Honestly, no. And again, like baptism was not my end game. For other missionaries, it was, and maybe Nate, you could speak to that as well and what that was like on your mission. But baptism was never the sole and end goal. For me, it was just more so introducing the Christ that I grew and knew to love. That was my goal. And honestly, that's what really saved like the the experience with my mission, because so much of it was so difficult and in some ways somewhat traumatic. And the reason why I use that word specifically, a lot of investigators that people that I taught were sexual assault victims. And that was a huge thing. And again, they're the sexual predators, the perpetrators of this sexual abuse and sexual violence were church leaders, bishops. I'm talking about stake presidents. And I'm talking about women coming forward to me as I'm teaching them, expressing this to me And here I am as a missionary, my early 20s, 20, 21, and I'm trying to figure out, what do I do with this information? Do I go to the police? Do I go to my mission president? Like, you know what I mean? Like, all these thoughts are going through my mind. And really, what was important to me at that time, which is why I say baptism was not what was most important to me. What was important to me was protecting people, was helping them feel loved, helping them feel heard, helping them feel validated in what they were going through. And so that's why I say, you know, the mission was such a very complicated experience for me, because, you know, I witnessed these very hard things, and we didn't talk about that in the MTC. Nobody talked about what to do if your investigator comes to you and comes forward about sexual assault or sexual violence. Nobody brings up when, I mean, I had met, you know, somebody who was so angry at me and my companion because he was so adamant that we were representing a racist church. That wasn't taught to us in the MTC about how to handle those very real and honest opinions and conversations. So all of these things, it just felt like I looked back to my MTC experience where this was supposed to be this preparation time for me. And here I am out in the field, and I felt like I was set up for failure. There was nothing set in stone, set in place for me to, well, for one, adequately support these people that were going through these very traumatic things. And then what was I supposed to do when the perpetrators of this abuse were church leaders?
What abuse? The sexual abuse?
The sexual abuse, yeah.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, luckily there were certain leaders here and there that I felt like I could trust and who felt very concerned, deeply concerned that these women's stories were coming forward and wanted to help. But what that looks like, so limited.
You know, so we're talking 2016 here. Like, you know, you could sort of give the Mormon Church a pass for 20 or 30 or 40 years ago. But like by 2016, the gospel topics essays had all come out. The church had made major pivots away from its harmful LGBTQ policies. Not all of them, but some of them. It was trying to become more women friendly. It was trying to own up to its problematic history. Even its gospel topics essay on race and the priesthood was basically trying to say those policies were wrong. Now, you know, now we don't really believe or teach that stuff anymore. So an idealist would have imagined you being sat down at the MTC saying, you're going to get questions about the priesthood ban and racism and even Book of Mormon racism. Here's what we believe now. Here's how to own up to it, but here's how to deal with those questions. Here's the history.
Yeah, right.
Here's how to own up to it, and here's how to deal with it. You'll be asked. You'll come in contact with LGBTQ members. Here's the stuff that was taught in the past. We don't believe that anymore. Here's a more loving, affirming LGBT kind of approach. There are probably some limits, but here's how to deal with it. Now go forth, and you're educated, number one, and then number two, here's how to deal with those things. And you're saying you never got that type of education.
Absolutely not. And I know for a fact that that's not the education that they offer at the MTC. And that really enraged me being on my mission, because it just felt like, so you want me to share this watered down, very skewed perspective of the church and expect people to just commit for the rest of their lives to this religion without knowing this very real history that is connected with the church. That was very problematic for me on my mission, which is why I felt that it was important to, and I think in a way here and there started to kind of find my voice again of being confident in, you know, teaching that couple who were, you know, lesbian, being able to teach other people and share with them and show them a different way of like being a member, being a representative of Christ. And so I think that's what led me to kind of shift the way that I did things as a missionary. But I mean, even as on the mission as a whole, again, same thing. I will say that I'm grateful for my mission presidents. I felt like they were more progressive than what I had thought. And so...
Than your BYU experience.
Exactly. Than my BYU experience, 100%. And so that was helpful as well. But still, at the same time, it's still, white men leading, preceding all of these meetings and church leaders coming in. And obviously even seeing elders struggling with, pornography addiction and, or just, sexual frustration or whatever. I mean, I was very aware of that.
How were you aware of the elders struggling with pornography and masturbation as a missionary?
Yeah, as a missionary, elders, okay, I was kind of like the missionary on the mission where like people just like opened up to about everything. Did I ask? No, I didn't ask. But I was just kind of like that missionary that people just like entrusted with like very vulnerable information, very personal information. And so I just kind of like had that reputation on the mission. And so I just happened to know a lot about what people were struggling with.
So elders would confide in you, a sister missionary, about their struggles with pornography,
about their own
masturbation?
struggles or struggles that other elders were dealing with, and them trying to figure out how do they help them. I'm talking about elders that had, posters of like naked women that they would hide with like in their closets, and their church clothes would cover it, and trying to, get like multiple phones to have access, to different computers or, like all kinds of things I was made aware of. And so again, obviously, I also had a perception of what missionaries were like and would be like. So even being on the mission, now I'm like being made aware of like, oh no, this is not the idea of a missionary that I thought would be. And so here I am, like everything that I thought was constantly being challenged. And yeah, that's what
I just would have never guessed that you, Saane, would have to be carrying that of all things as a missionary.
Me neither. Me neither. Trust me, I did not expect that.
Well, Sunny's the ultimate Sherpa, right? That's what you got to remember through every phase of life. She is an ultimate spiritual and emotional and temporal Sherpa.
Yeah. I am studying to be a therapist, so there you go.
I know.
So people are confiding in you a lot.
Yes,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Can you share with us, you said you had your awakening or you learned about the Mormon Church's problematic racial history on your mission. Is that right?
Yeah.
How did you learn about that, and what were your sources, and how did you
Yes.
process and reconcile that, if you don't mind sharing?
For sure. I mean, the way that I learned about it was really, and again, I can't exactly remember where in the Book of Mormon it talks about this, but the curse of the dark skin. And then I remember in the booklet that I had, I mean, there's all kinds of books that we had on the mission, right? Like the Preach My Gospel, True to the Faith, all these different things. And it was just through reading different texts and finding different excerpts, and also with Come Follow Me, and even looking on like the LDS website and actually seeing them talk about like dark skin, and then also it kind of just started this rabbit hole of like looking at what, like how it really happened and what was really said by prophets at the time, and the priesthood ban, and even like the temple, but also the difference with like how Fijians were allowed like to hold the priesthood, but then not people of African descent.
And Fijians are very dark.
Yes,
skinned,
very
right?
dark skinned. That's very typical of Fijians and
And
Fijian
that
people.
ancestry is not coming from Western Europe, right?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
They
Right.
share the same-
It doesn't. Yeah.
Wouldn't they share the same ancestry as African Americans and as Brazilian, Brazilian Mormons? I mean, Africa, right?
Right.
Or not?
Potentially.
Yeah. Essentially. And
Yeah.
so, and reading that and studying that and seeing just like, okay, this is not only just about like darker skin, this is about an actual people, an actual group of people that was literally, the door was closed on them in terms of quote unquote receiving blessings and having the full access to the gospel, as we say. And I had such a huge issue with that. It was kind of this epiphany that I had where it's just like, all the racism that I saw through the U.S. American history, I was seeing that same racism and that same ugly history in the church. And I never made that connection before. I saw it obviously with, the white majority and white people in general and like just the history within the country, of America. But I never made that connection with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And at that moment, I made that connection. And like I said, when I brought that up and tried to spark conversation, because in my mind, I'm like, maybe there's something I don't know. Maybe there's something that makes this all make sense. Or maybe, they said that it was a mistake, blah, blah, blah. And I was always shut down. And like I mentioned before, I felt dumb even asking about it. I was made to feel like it's a no-brainer. Like that's in the past and you don't need to talk about it. And it's not important to today's work. It's not important to missionary work right now. You just need to worry about sharing, the message from the Book of Mormon and share the gospel, blah, 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 and be a representative of Christ. And all those things will be made right in the end. You don't need to worry about that. But that obviously was not satisfactory to me at all. But at the time, again, I was already in the mindset, well, if people around me are not going to support or give me the space for me to have these questions, well, I'm just going to do my own thing and do it in the best way that I possibly can, within the parameters of also being a worthy missionary.
Yeah. And Nate, I think we talked about this when you were telling your story as well. But the fact that in the 20 teens, that Mormons of color can get to their missions without sort of having this moment of like, wait, the church did what? The church excluded who? The church, Brigham Young said what? And then like in high school, at a minimum, not having that sort of like, how can this church be true with such a racist past? The fact that in 2023, Mormon kids of color are still reaching missions without ever having to confront that yep. Somehow it's all kept from them in the internet age. Yes. Is anybody else just dumbfounded that that's still a thing?
No, yeah, it's shocking.
I think it's maybe a little bit different now, but I know when we were young, we were taught to be afraid of learning anything outside of what was, officially taught in the church.
Yes.
I think it was President Hinckley that talked about, don't read anti-Mormon literature because it'll destroy your testimony, and like losing your testimony is the worst thing that can happen to you if you're as a member of the church, so.
Yes.
But in this case, by anti-Mormon literature, he means factual church history.
Right. Anti-Mormon literature was anything that wasn't in a church manual, right? That talked about the church.
Exactly.
And so, when you get to your mission and then you're all of a sudden talking to people who have something to say, you got to learn, right? And then on your mission also, that's when you want to start studying the scriptures more and getting more in depth so that you can have a deeper knowledge of the scriptures so that you can teach people better. And then as you do that, you come across things and you're like, no, hold on a second. That doesn't add up. These things don't line up, right? And so, it's wild that it would take that long to learn about those things, but it also, they have a fail-safe in place for that, where they teach you not to seek out anything that they don't give you. And so it's kind of like this thing that feeds itself, where they want you to keep your testimony, and then they also make sure that you keep your testimony by teaching you to be afraid of anything that doesn't align with, with what you're supposed to believe.
Yeah. And I'm glad that you brought that up because, again, like I speak of this experience as if like I was so confident. And there's a part of me that was, but there's also the other part of me where I was deeply afraid because so much of my identity was tied to the church. Mm-hmm. It was tied to, like, I believe in Black Lives Matter because of Christ. That's literally like what, how I justified everything that I believed in and fought for and stood up for. It was heavily tied to my identity as, growing up LDS, growing up Mormon. And so now I'm in this space where it's just like on my mission where I'm scared of what that looks like outside of the church, because what I'm coming to find out continuously, it is going against what I believe in. And so again, there's this mixture of like wanting to be confident because I had always been growing up, being involved in activism and being Mormon And also the other side of that, where it's just like, I don't know a life outside of this, but these things are pushing me outside of this. I don't even know what that looks like. How can I even, reconcile or make that possible? And so, and a lot of that, I think I try to suppress during my mission just to make it through, just to get through it. And to have the best possible experience. And again, I won't say that it was all negative or that it was all horrible. I mean, I love the Tahitian people. I loved the people, some of the members that I, created relationships with. I have such a special place in my heart for the islands of Tahiti and what I experienced there and the people that I loved and grew to love. But yeah, again, at the same time, even serving on the mission, I saw Tahitian members that were very openly homophobic, openly transphobic, openly racist, and openly attributing, whiteness as success. So again, these same tendencies, these same ideas that I saw in my parents, I was seeing in the vast majority of people that I was serving and working with. And so again, in my mind, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like on an international level. On a global level, these undertones of like racism and white nationalism and white supremacy, that exists on this tiny island in the South Pacific. Like, that also blew my mind that, oh my gosh, this is not just my parents living in, the Bay Area of California. This is like a global thing that people believe in, and they don't check that. They don't understand fully where that comes from and how problematic that is.
And you may have already said this, but just to be explicit, were Tahitian men not allowed to hold the priesthood prior to 1978, or were they allowed?
They were allowed. So it was only people of African descent that weren't allowed. I had never seen any history in terms of Fijian, Tahitian, Tongan, Samoan people. I brought up specifically Fijian people because of their them typically having darker skin, and so the idea of like how they were allowed, but then not other darker skinned people.
So Fijians were allowed.
Yes, they were allowed.
And Aborigine people were allowed as well. weren't
Yes,
they?
Aborigine people in Australia, New Zealand were also allowed as well. But not darker skinned people of African descent.
Okay.
So anyone with African descent was not allowed. But other darker skinned, but obviously racially, ethnically different, were allowed.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think essentially the only people that weren't allowed were Black Americans and then people from the African continent.
Okay.
Yeah.
But anywhere else in the world, it was okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the church realized that many of these Brazilians had African descent that were getting baptized and were being allowed to enter the temple,
In the
or
temple.
getting the priesthood.
Exactly.
And then they realized, oh, we've got a mess here. And I hear that was a really important influencer in allowing.
That's what I've heard too, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a big part of it.
Yeah. Because it's like, we better just let everyone have it because we're already giving it to people in Brazil. Right?
Yeah.
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 Because we didn't realize they had African ancestry.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So, so what was the status of your testimony by the end of your mission? Was it on the ropes? Was it still firm?
Oh, that's a good question. Trying to think back to the end of my mission. I think it was still firm in certain aspects, but not in others. And so those certain aspects were just things that I was clinging on to, things that I thought would be enough to obviously still be a strong member, an active member. And I don't know if you remember that time when I came back on my mission. Just it was a huge celebration. Again, something I didn't ask for, I didn't want. And I say that explicitly because there were so many parts of my mission that my parents never understood. They never saw that in my emails. And obviously I did that intentionally. I didn't share, those nuances and those difficulties in my emails. It was more so just the work that I'm doing, and I'm doing the best I can. And here I am. And they were proud of that. But there were so many, the shadow work that I did in terms of understanding the history of the church. My parents didn't see that. They didn't see that difficult part. And so coming back, it was very somber for me. And I had a lot of grief because I felt sad at the fact that like people like the lesbian couple or the investigator that had mental health issues, that I was scared that, future missionaries after me were kind of just going to leave them and weren't going to give them the support that I was offering them at the time when I was a missionary. And so there were multiple aspects where I was sad and I was, angry about all this, new information that I was learning. And again, my parents, it made me question, like, do my parents even understand this history? As far as I'm concerned, they don't. And so all of these things where it's just making me question, even people around me in my life that, are so hardcore for the church and their membership, but in my mind have gaps to their understanding of church history. And so, yeah, it was a huge celebration. Bo was there. And I mean, I don't remember my homecoming talk, honestly. I just remember a lot of people came, a lot of people showed up. And I really just talked about Jesus. I remember that much, just about Christ and who he was to me and how that influenced my work. But anything like doctrinally specific, I didn't really talk about that. I mean, if anything, I talked about families, eternal families, but even that was still confusing to me because eternal families didn't include queer families. So that was also like, I like the idea. That's a beautiful idea. But the way that it stands within the church, it excludes so many people.
Yeah.
So,
and Bo, I'm imagining the ward was super stoked and proud of Saane to be coming back. And I'm wondering if you had any idea that cracks were developing
No idea.
In her faith at the time. I'm sure you were just bursting with pride.
Oh, yeah. No idea whatsoever. I mean, she came back and she was, a year and a half, 2 years more mature, and plus the year at BYU, right? And it was just like, okay, this is Saane as an adult, and she's just as amazing as we all thought she would be. And she was. And so we were thrilled with it. And then in, true Tongan form, your parents threw a party that was like of epic proportions. And so it was kind of a whirlwind, it seemed like, whereas like you spoke and it looked like a state conference in that chapel.
Yes, literally,
right?
yeah.
Like, I don't know how many people were there, but it broke the record. And then we turned around and had a party, like, with the pig and the spit and the whole
roasted pigs,
the whole
and
thing.
Tongan food and everything. Yeah. Chicken, everything.
I'm sure that was very deer in the headlights.
Oh,
So
yes.
Coming off my mission, I was like, I went to my little brother's baptism and I was like, man, this is wild. My friends played gospel music and I was just like, what is going on? I can't even imagine how a big party felt.
No, yeah, it was, man, I was playing actress that time, just really just trying to appreciate, because there's so much love and so much pride in what I had done. And so I wanted to give back and thank, all these people. At the same time, it almost felt like I was lying to myself because there's so many parts, like I mentioned from my mission, that that didn't feel right. But I couldn't say that. I couldn't get on the pulpit and just say that I believe in same-sex marriage and all these things. And I didn't say those things. I said what was accepted by the majority, which is Jesus. And I recognized early on in my membership within the church that I always brought it back to Christ. That was the only central message where everybody could listen and relate to and appreciate. But again, deep down, it was just this internal struggle of how do I reconcile with this when I did everything that everybody expected me to do. I fulfilled, my dad's dream. Like, my dad literally said that me serving a mission was his dream. So we're talking about people's dreams and me coming back from a mission. I was fulfilling people's dreams. And so that was so hard because at the time it was just I don't know how to reconcile this. And I didn't feel confident enough to even talk about that with anyone at the time. It was just more so I went back to school like a couple weeks after my homecoming. I went straight back to BYU.
So you were deeply conflicted coming home from your mission. Is that
I
what
was,
you're saying?
yes.
But BYU and your mission had taught you to stay silent. So even though you're coming back to your ward where you had felt most comfortable being vocal,
Yeah.
and to your Oakland community where you had felt most comfortable being vocal, you carried that lesson of staying silent back to your home ward.
Yes, when I came back. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not the environment that we would have wanted, right? Like
Yeah.
that we purposely created an environment where all voices and where it's an environment of safety. But I think you have a new added layer here, which is similar to how I grew up. I wasn't raised in an Orthodox family, like very active, but not Orthodox. I didn't learn Orthodoxy until I went on my mission.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. And so here
For
you are, a
sure.
year of bathing in Orthodoxy at BYU, a year and a half of bathing in Orthodoxy and being rewarded for Orthodoxy on your mission, and then coming home and feeling that disconnect of how you were raised compared to how now you've been kind of raised within that high, intense
Yes.
environment
100%.
and needing to kind of balance those two things all of a
That's
sudden.
such a good way to put it, for sure. Nate, did you have a thought? I wanted to make
Hey,
sure.
I was going to ask. So when I came home, I kind of like I had never said that the church was true. That had never really like come out of my mouth. But sometime along my mission, I kind of switched, and my main teaching point became, or like my main core belief, I should say, because I still taught about I still taught the lessons or whatever. But my core belief became the gospel of Jesus Christ is true, like the four main points, like, getting
Yes.
baptized, stuff like that. The gospel of Jesus Christ is true, the church isn't. And that was kind of like my core belief coming home. Would you say it was the same for you, or was it like more complicated than that, or like more in depth?
For sure. I would totally agree with that. I think that was, I think that's the way that I came to reconcile coming back home and coming back into the environment was that, okay, I can still be a part of this because I believe in the gospel. I just don't believe in this institution, in this organization. And so I think that distinction and that separation helped me to come back and still feel okay bearing testimony, feel okay with, now being a returned missionary and kind of having that label attached to me was because I made that distinction coming back. But yeah, like with what you said, Bo, I mean, yeah, BYU and my mission was really that, oh my gosh, is this what it means to Mormon or BLDS? Because that was never the case for me and never in the way that I grew up, LDS. And so, yeah, for sure, that definitely added a layer of like, is this true to me?
But there's a difference, Nate, that's a great question. And there's a big difference between I'm no longer going to articulate the veracity or the truthfulness of the Mormon church, and I'm going to focus on affirming my belief in Heavenly Father and in Jesus and in my Christian beliefs. There's a difference between that, what you emphasize, and drawing a conclusion that this is no longer the true church and you don't believe in Mormon prophets and you don't believe in Mormon scripture and you don't believe in the Mormon institution. And I'm guessing you hadn't quite reached disbelief. You were just no longer focusing on or emphasizing the distinctive Mormon beliefs. Is that right?
For sure. Yeah,
Okay,
I would.
okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay.
It's kind of like a stage where it's like in an effort to, because you're so afraid of leaving the church, losing that testimony, that in an effort to like reconcile it, you say, okay, well, this doesn't make sense. I'm just going to put that on the back burner and focus on what makes sense for right now, which is Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So was there any point where you're like, because it doesn't sound like your mission put you in a better place than when you left BYU. So was there any point where you were like, maybe I don't want to go back to BYU, or was it just, it's my only choice? And was there a part of you that had been way away from BYU long enough to feel like, hey, maybe it'll be different. Maybe I'm kind of getting excited to go back, or were you dreading it?
That's a great question. A mixture of all of those things. I was nervous to come back to BYU, but also I had been gone long enough, and again, my mission felt like a lifetime. It felt like such a far removed chapter of my life. Also at the time I learned 2 different languages. So again,
Which ones?
Tahitian and French.
Okay.
And so, and being around in that environment, yeah, it allowed me to feel far removed enough where going to BYU was exciting again. And it felt like, okay, now I have this experience under my belt. I can go back and be more confident in what, I feel and do believe in. And so, yeah, there was excitement. And even like, obviously, the last conversation I had with my mission president was like, date. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, yeah, that sounds nice, but I didn't have that experience before pre-mission. And so that was at the forefront of my mind because my mission really influenced my idea of marriage. Now I was in a space where it's just like, okay, I do want to get married. I do want marriage. And now it seems a bit more possible. And maybe me having served a mission will help that. At that time, I had those thoughts going back to BYU.
Sometimes missionaries develop crushes on other fellow missionaries. Were there like elders that you would maybe develop some crushes on, or who developed crushes on you, where that made you feel like romance post-mission might be possible?
Yes, that definitely happened. So there were elders that had expressed interest in me. There's not much else to say about that other than the fact that, yeah, it did allow me to see myself in a light where like, oh, okay, like I am desirable. Like people, obviously can be interested romantically in me, and it's not a me problem. It was the environment that I was in and being around the people that I was that didn't help me feel that I could be loved or appreciated in that way. And so, yeah, for sure, that definitely helped, which contributed to me feeling excited again about, okay, maybe this idea of dating is possible going back to BYU.
So how'd BYU go?
Oh my gosh. Also feels like another lifetime.
You graduated how long ago?
Just last year. So yeah. Yep. It's been a little bit over a year. Graduated last April.
So this would have been 4 years ago, basically. You get home from your mission, go back to BYU.
Yep. Yeah. So I served between October 2016 and April 2018. And so I come back that summer of 2018 back to BYU. And so up until 2022 when I graduated. So 2018 between 2022, very, very interesting dating wise. It was interesting because when I came back from my mission, luckily I had a really close friend at the time who I had met through SOAR. Her dad was actually the bishop. He happened to be Tongan. And so he was a bishop of a YSA ward. And so my friend had invited me to join that ward because it was specific to Polynesians.
So for Never Mormons, YSA stands for Young Single Adults?
Yes, young single adults.
So it's youth, young adults.
Yeah.
And so you went back into a Tongan
YSA ward.
student ward?
Yeah. So
At BYU?
It wasn't at BYU.
Just in Provo Orem.
Just in Provo Orem.
So there's a student ward for people of Tongan descent in Provo Orem.
Yes.
And
Not specifically to Tongan descent. Well, actually, if you look at LDS tools, it literally does say Tongan ward. But it was a mixture of all kinds of Polynesian people, Pacific Islander people. And it really became like a multicultural ward. You had people, from Latinx backgrounds that were coming, Black students as well, trying to come to that ward.
Trying to feel more accepted.
Exactly, trying to feel more accepted. And so...
And you hadn't been in a Polynesian ward since 6, right?
That's true, yeah.
So it was your first time since age 6 to be in a Polynesian ward?
Yep, first time since I was 6, yeah. Okay. Around that age, yep. First time where I intentionally made that choice. It wasn't just kind of like, oh, just join. Like I wanted to, I sought after that ward and I sought after, being around people from my community and also just a more diverse multicultural community. And so I purposely chose to be a part of that ward. And that allowed me to experience dating in a more, I guess, positive way. Like, like people were asking me out, or very kind of flip-flop drastic change from my freshman experience, having been, in a predominantly white student ward versus this heavily, multicultural, multi-ethnic ward. My experience with dating changed for sure. And so I've only ever been in 2 serious relationships. Currently single right now. Recently got out of a relationship. And so, I mean, dating happened here and there. I still experience like the fetish. I can never say that word, but I mentioned it previously.
Fetishization.
Yeah, I don't know why it's so hard. Yes,
It's
thank
a
you,
tricky
Nate.
one. I got you.
I experienced that here and there, again, from white returned missionaries that had served in the islands and then sought after me to hold on to the culture somehow from their mission, which was so weird to me. But
Like, I miss my mission. I'll date Saane.
yeah. Exactly. That's really what. Oh gosh, I cringe when I look back.
That's
at
far
that.
too common at BYU too.
Exactly. I know I'm not the only one that
Yeah.
has felt this way or has experienced this.
Any missionary that serves around people of color will come back with some kind of weird fetish for people of color from that place. My sister got it a lot, from missionaries who had served in Africa, even though she's never been to Africa, doesn't know anybody from there, but she got that. And
See, exactly. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't exactly sure what question I was answering. Was it just more so about the dating aspect that you were curious about?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Had better dating experiences. Were you going to say you had your first boyfriend
In college, post-mission.
In that ward?
Yeah, in that ward, yeah. So 2018, I jumped right into a serious relationship. That ended for various reasons. But again, I mean, there was such an influence of like marriage, and the last counsel that I received from my mission president was dating, was to get married. That was the quote unquote next mission, was the mission of getting married. And so in my mind, I'm like, okay, that sounds nice. Like, I want to be loved. I want to, get married. That's a universally beautiful idea. That's not unique just to the church, obviously. And so coming back with that mentality, that set me up for failure with that first relationship, to be quite honest, because I was so... Well, besides the fact being like, my first experience with love, being my first love, but also this idea that marriage had to work out with this person. And thankfully it didn't. I experienced infidelity in that relationship, and so much of that. And it's crazy because this was the person that I thought I was going to marry. I was putting all my eggs in one basket, because, there were so many pressures. I can't tell you in that first relationship how many times people asked us or asked me privately, when's the date? Like, when are you going to get married? Or, and so
Because there's a warm body that you have dating, right?
yeah, exactly. And again, seeing other people get married, seeing other people achieve that quote unquote step, there is a sense of my worth tied to that. I'll be more worthy if I get married. I'll have more self-worth if I do that. And so, excuse me, Mike. Okay. After getting out of that, relationship, and even now not being in a relationship right now, obviously I'm far removed from my first to my second. But I would say, during my first relationship, I look back and so much of my judgment was clouded by outside pressures and church culture and BYU culture, and just this idea of marriage, and this idea that just get married in the temple and you'll figure it all out later. And which I look back and I'm like, I can't believe that was, something that I used to subscribe to and used to think that, oh yeah, it will just all work out. And it's like that first relationship taught me that no, that there's so many things that go into making a relationship work, even choosing a partner. And even like the dating sphere, that again, that was never talked about in church. I was never taught about how to navigate the dating world or what that looked like or what healthy relationships looks like, communication wise, navigating, faith transitions. All of that was not taught to me, and something I didn't figure out in my first relationship. And so, that was really difficult because, saw other people getting married, but then that didn't happen for me. So again, it's just like, is something wrong with me? Again, just internal struggle with that.
Yeah, because it's not uncommon for Mormon returned missionaries to be married within 6 to 12 months of returning home from their missions, and sometimes 3 months.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right? And so
That's
on the
true.
one hand, I'm thinking, man, it must have been hard for you to see all your peers get married and get engaged and get married. On the other hand, you had not ever had a single romantic relationship prior to age 20, 21, that first relationship you had.
Yeah, I was 21. So prior,
I don't want you getting married in your very first romantic relationship at age 21, 3 to 6 months
Me
into
neither.
that relationship, right? So I feel like you kind of dodged a bullet, even though at the time you probably felt really disappointed.
For sure. Now I can look back and say I dodged a bullet. Even his own family members told me that I did. So I'm like, I don't feel bad saying that.
And was she Polynesian?
Yes.
Okay. Was he Tongan?
No, he was Hawaiian.
Okay, Hawaiian.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And so, I mean, it's true. I look back and think, wow, like I was so set. But now that I look back, having been more seasoned with my experience with relationships, I was way too young. I had no idea what I wanted out of life or what I wanted out of relationships. But again, right, you're in this environment where you're almost bred to believe that, that is the right thing to do, to get married right away, to do all these things one after the other. And it wasn't until, getting into my second relationship.
Can I just say,
Sure.
We've been taught as Mormons that any two righteous people can make a marriage work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And so, and then if you're both Polynesian, it's a slam dunk, right? You would have been taught, correct me if I'm wrong, and Nate, you're already saying yes. You would have been taught, you're a return missionary. If you find a return missionary, especially if he's Polynesian, you're set, period.
Yeah.
Right?
For sure, yeah. Even meeting his family at the time, them finding out that I was a return missionary, that I served in a Polynesian island because he had served in New Zealand, that was impressive to them. That was like, oh, checkbox. Like, that's perfect. Yeah, exactly. That's all you need. You're endowed, you wear garments. All these things were just like markers of like the success we would have in our relationship. Which is I laugh at that. It's laughable now because I look back and none of that set us up for success at all. If anything, it made us prolong something that should have ended much sooner. And quite honestly, but I had tried to make it work because of all of these outside things, because of these markers of success or what would be future success is what I tried to rationalize in my head. Obviously, I look back and think that, no, there were so many other red flags that I had overlooked in so many different areas of life where now I'm like, why would I ever, settle or justify those things in order to just be married? Just to be married. And even in 2020, I had 3 out of like 5 people that I knew that I was close friends with in my freshman year of BYU. I was one of the few that went to go serve a mission. My other friends had gotten married. And I kid you not, in 2020, all 3 of them got divorced.
Yeah.
And so that was like a huge, like, whoa, these were people from my freshman year at BYU who got married. And again, I was so happy for them. And of course, you don't get married just to get divorced. But here I was, 2020, just years later, from 2015 to 2020, seeing, people that I loved, my friends, going through really ugly divorces. And a lot of them said the same thing, don't rush, which seems so obvious. Well, of course, why would you rush into marriage? But so many people from the church do that. I saw so many people from my BYU experience do that. And I know so many of them who are now either going through divorce or who are now divorced.
So I think the law of chastity has a lot to do with that too. You jump off your mission, you've been deprived, quote unquote, for a couple of years, and you're encouraged to get married and start a family and all of that and follow the covenant path. And
Right.
I think if you want to do that, then biology dictates that you got to get married pretty soon. So
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, I have a lot of people reaching out to me who had very short marriages. They got married super quickly right after their mission, and within a short amount of time got divorced.
Yeah.
And how much havoc that's played in so many Mormon young adult lives
Exactly.
in the 2020s, let's just say.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is so real and it's not talked about enough. And it wasn't until that I had that I was proximate to those experiences where it really made me think, like, thank goodness I didn't rush. Thank goodness I didn't jump into marriage with the first person that, showed interest in me. Like, thank goodness I didn't just, jump right on that train. And that really changed the way that I looked at relationships post that first one.
And I don't know how much, Nate, you and Saane have put two and two together, but if you don't know this, the church has run studies about how do we keep people in the church, because in the modern era, the church is hemorrhaging so many people. And the church found that if you rush your young adults into marriage and childbearing, there's a significantly greater percentage that you'll keep them versus lose them, have them leave the church. And so when the church pressures you guys right after your mission to quickly get married and have kids, there's a conflict of interest because it's the church's own self-interest in keeping you in the church that's motivating that counsel, that destructive, for many people, that destructive counsel. Did you know that, Sonny?
I did not know that.
You didn't
That's
know
the
that.
whole reason behind the covenant path, like why they want you to do everything so quickly. They even talk about that with converts joining the church. That's why they need a friend and all that to keep them there, and they need to feel comfortable. And then as soon as possible, they need to be taught the lessons after they're baptized, and they need to be endowed because that'll just enhance that ability to retain. And it's the same with missionaries. It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not know that.
Yeah.
It makes sense. But I would push back on that. What are the levels of satisfaction of life and happiness correlated with rushing into marriage? Because at least in my experience, that has destroyed a lot of families and people.
No, social scientists, I think, will agree now that the later you wait to get married, at some point to some limit, but definitely into your 30s, the better you're set up to have a healthy, happy, thriving marriage and to be better parents by waiting.
Oh, 100%. I mean, even at the time, like I look back, my standards for marriage are you emotionally and mentally capable of being in a relationship? Can you share a life with somebody else? Are you able and willing to be open, honest, vulnerable, and communicative? And there are a lot of people that aren't, who are married, and that doesn't make sense to me. And so those are my standards for, on top of being financially stable, all of those things are now my markers for marriage, not the church, not the gospel.
Not temple recommends.
Exactly, not a
return
temple
missionary
recommend.
status.
Yeah, if you're a return missionary, I do not care. If anything, I'm straying away from return missionaries, to be quite honest, because that has not helped me see that you're a good man for me. Like that has not helped me.
That you're emotionally mature.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
If anything, the most emotionally
Self-aware.
immature men that I've met are LDS men and LDS men of color. Truly, are some of the most emotionally immature men that I've. Well, not Nate. Not all people.
I used to be, definitely. I'm still learning, but yeah, I mean it stunts you. Like
Yes.
your whole identity is the church, and so you don't have time to develop yourself.
Exactly, and I've seen it time and time again, even with the men that I've dated. Just the way that their emotional progress and emotional growth, like Nate described, was stunted, and I can quite honestly tie it back to their experience having grown up in the church, and the way that men are just obviously raised to be in the church and holding the priesthood, and then the way that affects the way they view women too, the way that they view sex and all these things. Again, just emotionally immature. That's why I'm staying single for a long time. Just kidding. We'll see. But that's where I'm at right now. And what I've seen in my experience being at BYU.
You know, that's such a massive topic that I don't know that we've ever covered on Mormon Stories, how Mormonism stunts the maturity of young adults, but specifically young men.
I've seen it time and time again. Like, I'm very open about it because I've seen it. I mean, even with my own brother, the ability for him to like talk about his depression, his emotions. He was never, that there was no space within the church and the way that he was raised. We were raised where he could feel supported in talking about those things that just did not exist. The only thing that he was taught was how to hold the priesthood and how to be worthy, but not, handling and carrying his feelings, how to, describe his emotions, differentiate emotions. And I've just seen that time and time again with LDS men and LDS men of color, not only in the dating world, but just in general. I've just seen that constantly. And even like with a lot of my friends that have gotten divorced, the things that they've expressed to me, what their ex-husbands did, and it's mind-boggling because I'm just like, how is it that we've let this fester for so long? I don't understand.
Yeah, there's some infantilization that goes on, telling a young man you can't be alone. You always have to have a companion with you at all times, unless you're in the bathroom. You have to confess, and every little thing you do, you have to confess, and you have to get an external authority telling you whether you're okay or not with God. And then just this whole assumption of a mission identity in many ways can preclude you from being able to develop self-awareness, emotional maturity, and self-understanding, because you're literally importing an external identity and then trying to assume it. So you're just lacking, at a very tender age, you're lacking the ability to do self-discovery, self-awareness, and maturation.
And some of the most formative years of your life are kind of hijacked by your mission, those times when you're supposed to be making stupid choices and mistakes and like learning how to process through things. Instead, you're out, you're teaching people. And that can be good in some ways, like it can mature you in some ways. But in other ways, it's very, it can be dangerous because then you come home and you never like learn those critical thinking skills. Or if you go out on a mission, you haven't learned those critical thinking skills. Like I can't tell you how many companions I had where I was just like, why are you here? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Where it just didn't make sense for them to be there because they couldn't do the basics. They couldn't support themselves. They just came straight from high school to their missions, and they never had a chance to have any kind of development. So I went to a year of college before, and you did too, and that definitely helped with some of that. But it takes away from time that you could spend learning about yourself because you're focusing on other people. It's good in some ways, but in other ways it can be very damaging.
Not to mention learning healthy sexuality and what consent is, and sexual health. Right. Like when my adult kids left the church, I had nothing to tell them about how to date, how to healthy sexual behavior. Like because Margie is the only, the only real sexual experience I had ever had. So like, when would a Mormon young adult learn things like dating, sexuality, sexual health, and consent?
That's the thing. They don't. And if they do learn, it's only by being in relationships. But then that can get really messy because then we're talking about involving other humans. And the pain and hurt that, is caused by, even me having experienced infidelity. That is something that I carry with me now going into future relationships because of this experience that I had with him. And he was a return missionary, all these things. But again, I mean, at the root of it, I truly think it was just because there's so many layers to it. Obviously, there's no excuse or no justification for what he did, or for people who do that. But I also understand at the same time, nobody taught him about healthy sexuality. He didn't get that from the church. He sure as hell didn't get it from his family, because I knew his family. They didn't teach that. And so how else was he supposed to learn other than just trial and error, and lots of it? And I happen to be a part of that trial and error, which is obviously unfortunate. But again, it's just like we set men in these environments up for failure, and women as well. Because for me, I came in with the perspective that I was going to marry this person. That's crazy. That's crazy that I wanted so deeply to marry somebody who would choose to hurt me in that way, and in other ways as well. And so there's just so many things when it comes to healthy sexuality that we don't talk about, not only within the church but even within my own Tongan culture. Sex was such a taboo topic. Never talked about, other than the fact that you had to remain a virgin. That was the only thing that was taught to me, but nothing else about what is the sexual experience like, or how that is a healthy thing, is a beautiful thing. It was always this very evil, very evil, demonized thing. And so it's just like you're making sex this scary thing, and then how am I supposed to know what that's supposed to be like, or how am I supposed to know what that looks like, even just having healthy relationships and communicating, all of those things I've learned on my own, not through the church, not through my upbringing or my parents or my culture, but really just, well, for one, therapy, and two, just really being open to various studies that we've talked about, and challenging those taboo things and normalizing those topics and having conversations and discussions like these even.
Yeah. The combination of no education, no open discussion, and then secrecy, and then massive guilt and shame, and then rush into marriage. Yeah. It's a super toxic, unhealthy.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
But those things have an effect on your mental health too.
Yeah.
Because if you're a teenager and you start dating, more than likely you're going to get into some kind of sexual situation at one point. And then depending on who you talk to about it, your experience is either really positive or really negative. And that can definitely affect your mental health.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. So, but at least you were dating, right? Versus not dating at all. Right? I don't know.
I wouldn't say I'm grateful for those experiences. I learned a lot. I mean, if it's not a blessing, it's a lesson, right? So yeah, lots of lessons.
Okay.
But yeah, had I wished it, experienced things differently, of course. Yeah. But yeah, a lot of lessons. But I chose to take those lessons. That was very intentional. And other people, it's hard to do that.
Yeah. So how else was BYU for you?
Oh, man. I say that a lot because it's heavy. When I think about, other aspects of my BYU experience, it really goes back to the activism piece. In the beginning of my BYU experience, after coming back from my mission, I volunteered with the Immigration Services Organization. I proofread letters from asylum seekers. That was volunteer work. I also volunteered with Court Watch Provo, which was a nonprofit that worked with sexual assault survivors. And so we coded their court cases. I also attended a lot of court cases of these sexual assault victims and survivors. And a lot of these people were LDS women, LDS young women even. And so here I was navigating this college experience where I was trying to be as involved as possible in all of these issues that I cared deeply about and am passionate about. But it also, the more that I was doing that, the more that I was following these passions, the more that I was finding more things about the church that were reasons to leave. And even working at BYU.
Oh, wait. And dealing with sexual assault survivors, what about that gave you additional reasons to question staying LDS? Well, just to kind of make that explicit.
Yeah. Well, for one, I myself am a sexual assault survivor. And that happened at a young age for a couple of years. And again, that changed the way that I viewed sex, the way that, healthy sexuality wasn't even a thing. And so here I am in college. I'm now grappling with this experience that I had as a young child, as a young teen. and how that has affected the way that I viewed myself, the way that I viewed my own self-worth, the way that I viewed self-love. That was all affected by, having this experience where I'm seeing other women going through this, and their perpetrators were members as well. I had met so many people from my experience working within that specific nonprofit where they would confront scenarios where you have the stake president who's the acting judge for their court case where their perpetrator that they're prosecuting is her bishop. And so now you have these like conflict of interest, these biases that are now coming into play with, various, very serious allegations, very serious cases. And
you're saying Mormon bishops were the perpetrators of sexual assault?
Yes. Yeah.
Against these victims?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Some
and
of the victims that I worked
their
with.
stake president would be
The
kind
judge.
of
Yeah.
adjudicating.
Mm-hmm.
And
That was a scenario that was more common than you would think, at least in the spectrum of the state of Utah with the nonprofit that I worked with, that I witnessed for myself. And whether or not it was a bishop, it was a returned missionary. It was somebody who was a returned missionary. It was somebody who was a member of the church that were perpetrators of sexual violence and sexual abuse. And so opening my eyes to that and being someone that, obviously my heart goes out to those who have experienced it, both men and women, and trans people, all people who have experienced that, and seeing perpetrators of this sexual abuse and sexual violence within the church, and not seeing the church do enough about denouncing that and rooting that out and doing everything in their power to protect families, which they obviously claim time and time again to do. I did not see that as a priority. I didn't see that as a priority at BYU. Didn't see that as a priority within the church leadership. And so that's what I mean by reasons to not stay, reasons to leave, were things like that I was witnessing myself firsthand, and being disappointed time and time again at the leadership within the church that, in my opinion and in my perspective, weren't doing enough to protect the most vulnerable.
Okay. So that would have been hard to become aware of the massive prevalence of not just sexual assault within Mormonism and sexual abuse within Mormonism, but the cover-ups and the way that the church inexplicably seems to side with the perpetrators at the expense of the victims. Is that what you saw? 100%.
That is something that I saw constantly. And that's just not unique to church. Obviously, that's unique to within Western civilization, right?
Yeah.
Right. We uplift the perpetrators and we silence the victims. That's something that we've seen time and time again and throughout history, and we're seeing currently now. But my issue, within the church, is just the doctrine surrounding families and the preservation of protecting families. If that's such a priority, such an integral part of the church, why is this not talked about? You'll find dozens of general conference talks on why abortion is wrong, but zero about why sexual violence is wrong. You know what I mean? It's just so we're focusing on how women should never get abortions or should never have sex before marriage, but we don't talk about how the men in our society perpetuate sexual violence. That's outlandish to me. That's ridiculous to me. How that's the conversation we're having, but not the little boys and little girls, and me at one point, a little girl who experienced this horribly traumatic thing. That's not at the forefront of general conference and the conversation surrounding sex and children. Again, to me, it's just the discrepancies that I've found time and time again that enrage me in various ways, especially being someone that has experienced that myself and knowing what that's like, and seeing, and again, having experienced that on my mission, having literally have had, women that came forward to me about these experiences, and now coming back to BYU and seeing that again. yeah, it was just a huge issue for me.
Yeah, like the church has spent tens, probably hundreds of millions of dollars trying to defeat same-sex marriage. Why hasn't it spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to protect the
Exactly.
victims of sexual abuse?
Exactly.
Why the disparity there?
100%. Why is that more important than, protecting families, protecting children? I mean, I literally worked with a mother who, her now ex-husband is in prison for molesting their 6 children. Like this was the father of their children who was committing these horrible sexual acts against his own children. And she had to prosecute her own husband and father of her own children. Those were the kinds of stories that and people that I talked with and spoke with and listened to, and it brought a sense of pain where it's just like, but nobody knows these stories. Nobody talks about these stories. And again, it just further perpetuates, the silencing of victims, and it's the exact reason why people don't report, why people don't come forward, because people won't listen. That's been the trend for as long as we can see. So why would I be the one to share my story or speak up when I've seen so many people try and it not receive the outcome that it should have?
Yeah. Okay. So what else did you experience at BYU?
That was a lot. Heavy stuff. On the other side of that, I worked for the Multicultural Student Services office. I worked in that office for about 2 years. And so I had kind of like this bird's eye view of not only the office in particular, but just like the cultural programs that we were leading, like Fiesta Perspectives, Luau, Powwow for Native American Indigenous peoples. So I really appreciated having kind of like that inside look behind the scenes. I was a front desk receptionist at the time, so I was kind of like the first face that people saw coming into that office, and I loved that position just because I loved being able to educate as many people as possible that this resource existed. Now, I mean, obviously, it's so hard because there were problematic things within the office that I dealt with that I didn't agree with. I think it's something that they're still working on as of today. But I mean, to be specific, and Nate, you can chime in as well. I would want you as well to share your experience with the MSS office. But I know for me specifically, it was difficult trying to help all students of color felt like they could come and felt like they belong in that office. I mean, it was a resource for multicultural students, but did it adequately meet the needs of the students who really needed help the most? I don't know. I can't 100% say yes. And I know that there were discrepancies with just like, people would make the comment that the MSS office was almost the Polynesian office, but it wasn't really an office that was inclusive of Black students. And also, Nate, I wanted to let you share your perspective of the MSS office. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's just what I gathered and what I experienced and saw and tried to change and help, but was still hard because there was just obviously pushback.
Yeah, I would say the MSS office was, I think the intention in starting the office was good, but I think what it became was not super helpful. I think that it kind of managed scholarships for students that went to SOAR.
Right.
I think that was its biggest utility. And then outside of that, it didn't necessarily feel like a resource for students of color, especially for Black students.
100%. Yeah.
Whenever we tried to get resources from them, it was always a lot of red tape or like pulling teeth to try and get them. I remember one time we tried to rent a van and we ran into so much red tape just trying to get a hold of a van. And I think we ended up having to go through like another department on campus or something like that. So yeah, a lot of the times it didn't feel like it was set up to help students of color succeed. Like I think I think through no fault of like the people in the office.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
100%.
It wasn't set up to help students of color succeed. It was set up as like a checkbox. Like, oh, we have a multicultural student services office. That's for all the people of color on campus. but there wasn't any, it was like a very small office crammed into the corner of the basement of the Wilkinson Student Center.
Yes, you would have never known that it existed
Exactly.
there.
There wasn't even a space for students to gather if
Exactly.
they needed to, and so it didn't really feel like much of a resource for those reasons.
No, yeah, and that's true, for sure. And for me, being a student that did attend SOAR is because of that experience that I did receive scholarships, and obviously through also obviously performing at an academic level as well. But it really didn't help those that didn't go. And I remember trying to direct and help students receive funding, but the same thing. There was always, a wall or door that was closed, just obstacles constantly in the way. And so, I mean, I think I love the people that I worked with and the faculty that I worked with there. I think they did their best with the parameters that they were given by BYU administration. And again, that's the same trend with every group and organization that I've been a part of. I was a part of BYU USA, where I led, it was a panel forum discussion program where, we would do a topic on disability inclusion, and we'd have 4 to 6 panelists who had varying disabilities. And so we would have people in the audience that would submit questions and ask, to open and expand their understanding of people in regards to that specific topic. We did that with, Black history, Native American history, non-traditional families, LGBTQ and dating, all those things. But even that, I remember having administrative people come to check out the panels just to make sure that we weren't like bashing the church, quote unquote, or like that happened quite often. And I would always have, directives from people above me, like, okay, what are the questions that are going to be asked? Especially with the Black history one, the Black history panel. I remember having administrative level people, obviously way above me, that were very curious as to what questions would be asked and how things would be handled, and just kind of trying to micromanage, those kinds of discussions. I was also hired on a committee called DCI, Diversity, Collaboration, and Inclusion. So I was the first student that was hired onto it. And then I hired a student committee of 6 students to kind of lead different initiatives, all towards the same goal of like diversity and inclusion within the FHS's college. And that was kind of like the model for other college departments to kind of follow suit and help their college departments be more inclusive of marginalized communities. But even then, so much pushback, so much, every idea and solution that we had, we would present, and then there would be some issue with it. Or we can't do that. Or we have to adjust it in a way where it's okay for like, the white majority or the audience that we're trying to reach. And I'm not sure, Nate, if you have thoughts on that too. I just know that was my experience constantly at BYU, where I would try to implement these changes, but then it never came to fruition.
Let me ask you both just a kind of a macro question.
Yeah.
Let's just assume BYU administration came to you both and said, open blank check, every idea will be adopted. How do we make BYU a great experience for people of color? What would be the top 3 to 5 recommendations you'd make? Do you have a sense for that?
For sure.
What would it be? And Nate, you chime in too.
Yeah, well, for one, we would need more than 3 to 5 recommendations. I would need a bigger limit than that, first off. But within that scope, one of the main things would be, one of the things that I addressed was the hiring aspect of BYU. So getting more faculty of color and more female faculty, women faculty. That was a huge thing that, I talked about and spearheaded, was the majority of our faculty at BYU are white men, white cisgendered men. I'm sorry, but that's an issue. Also, on top of that, LDS men as well. And so that would be like my first recommendation, is diversifying the faculty, getting different faculty that come from different backgrounds that can bring and offer different perspectives, and and also create more safe spaces for students of color. Again, the pockets of safety that you can find at BYU are few and minimal. And so for me, when I think of, diversifying faculty, that in itself would create and offer more safe spaces for students who are attending these classes. They're paying to be taught by these professors. And so why not have, more inclusive and different-minded people as a part of staff. So that would be my first recommendation. Nate, is there anything else? I mean, I can keep going, but I don't.
You list all yours, yeah.
Something else in terms of
what could they do to make students of color find community, build relationships, have better dating experiences? Just to feel community on campus. What could they do?
Oh man. The hard thing about that is that there's so many layers to it, and like one of the main recommendations that has been constantly brought up, and it was way before even me, was an actual course where we talk about race, ethnicity, and culture, where we talk about and a required course for everybody at BYU. And so the education piece is really important because, so much of that education fell on students like me and Nate, and that should never have been our responsibility. I should not have the responsibility of educating 30,000 white people why they're racist sometimes, like, you know what I mean, like, or why certain things and the way that the world works, it stems from systemic racism and stems from our history with slavery and the enslavement of African people. That burden should not fall upon me or Nate or any student. And so again, the education piece of requiring the student body at BYU to open their minds and open their eyes to not only U.S. American history, but also church history. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the priesthood ban. Let's talk about the way that, we treated LGBTQ people with conversion therapy. Like, let's talk about that history within the church and within the United States of America. So yeah, that education piece. For one.
Because that would allow you to feel safer amongst a bunch of white students. At least you would feel like, and I'm just thinking about, when I was getting my PhD, I took an entire semester on diversity and inclusion within the realm of mental health, right?
Yeah.
And that helped me learn about what is racism, what does it mean to be a racist, what is privilege,
exactly.
What's our history. Once you have that awareness, at least you're going to say less offensive things. You're going to feel differently towards people of color, and you're going to say less offensive, racist things, and you might even say affirming, supportive things. That it would allow you to interact with your white fellow students in a way that felt not only not unsafe, but maybe even safe and maybe even affirming. Is that right? That's what education would do?
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like you must have gotten that PhD at BYU, huh?
No, it was at Utah State.
Yeah.
But
that's cool.
Okay, so that's huge. So more diverse faculty, educating students and faculty about systemic racism.
Yeah.
But that's so hard because racism has become part of the culture war in the modern era, to where the predominant conservative political culture is attacking Black Lives Matter, is attacking anti-racism, is attacking critical race theory.
Yeah.
So it's just that's way too hot to be trying to educate people in that environment, right? That's even assuming that the administration would be supportive of those ideas.
So there's been an effort for years to institute, and there have actually been several professors and faculty who actually wrote an entire curriculum for a general education course about diversity, equity, inclusion, and they submitted it for approval. They did everything right. They made sure it aligned with all the church's values. They made sure that it didn't affect any of the religion credits or anything like that, and they just froze it at administration. And so they've been working on that for years, and it's the administration that's preventing it from going through because everything's on the up and up. They've written everything to fill all of the standards and make sure it's, it doesn't talk about anything that's too controversial, but they just refuse to allow it into the system. And we actually, on our podcast, we talked to a professor, and he was talking about how they have not updated the BYU GED requirement since, I think, 1975.
General education.
General, yeah. What did I say? GED.
No, GED.
Yeah, the general education. They haven't updated since 1975. So it's been almost 50 years.
They
just refuse to change it,
Yeah, because like going back to me, number one, BYU's requirements for religious education are infamous. It's like 12 credit hours of Book of Mormon.
It's 14 actually.
It's 14. An entire minor in religion.
Yeah,
and
so
it's literally a minor.
Useless, yeah.
So forget the fact that you from age 0 to 19 had been super indoctrinated within Mormonism.
Right.
And forget the fact that you had done 4 years of early morning seminary with additional religious indoctrination, in addition to 2 to 3 hours a week in Mormon religious indoctrination. And then forget about the fact that you served 2 years, 1.5 to 2 years as a missionary with additional Mormon indoctrination. Then you get to BYU and you have to have 14 additional, how many credit hours?
14 credit hours.
14 additional credit hours of Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, New Testament, Pearl of Great, like whatever. Like that is it. During that time of your life, that's what's important in terms of additional course requirements that you're going to have added to your bachelor's degree. That's the priority versus or American Heritage, which is like, let's make sure you believe by the time you graduate from BYU that the U.S. Constitution was inspired of God, that the U.S. founders were inspired of God, that America is the greatest nation on the planet. Like that was the purpose of American Heritage because I was a TA for it. That's essential. All that is essential. But one class on the history of race and racism and all of that stuff and diversity and inclusion and privilege, that's not worth one course. Right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why I mentioned that even the recommendations that I've even been talking about, the very few, these are things that have come way before me. These are the things people have been advocating for these recommendations, for these tangible solutions that can be applied to address, right, all of these issues. People that have really cared to come together and problem solve. But no choice has been made to apply that. I mean, even with like the race committee, Nate, if you remember how they came out with the race report, and it was like, over 30 pages with all like countless solutions from faculty and professors and people with PhDs, people with experience working in DEI work and people who are also active members within the church who all contributed to offering the solutions. And has any one of them been applied to this day? I have no idea.
Just like one.
Maybe one. Yeah, just one.
And only part of it.
And only part of it. And so it's just like, it's not a matter of like, they don't know what to do or they don't have any directive of like where to go or what direction to take. They've made an active and implicit choice to not.
Yeah. And I, in talking about those recommendations, when I was president of the Black Student Union in 2021, we actually, we wrote to the president of the university. So I was co-presidents with someone. And so we got together, we sat down, we brainstormed, and we narrowed it down. We were like, what are 3 things that we can absolutely get done that require like almost next to no effort that they can just do, right? Without having to get a bunch of approval or anything like that. And we consolidated it down to 3 things. And we wrote a letter to the president of the university. We gave it to the vice president of student life, to the vice president of, I don't think it was inclusion. What does Vern Heppery do?
Oh my gosh, what does Vern?
He's in a different position now.
He is,
I think he was like the vice president of inclusion or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not exactly
if
sure.
If they even had that at the time. But we consolidated it into 3 points at the end of our letter. And we said, we asked for a meeting And then we said, in our meeting, we hope to present both a clearer, undiluted perspective on the unique problems we face. We referring to like students of color on campus, mainly Black students, the problems we face, as well as simple solutions that can make a major difference in the quality of our experience. Our solutions are threefold. Number one, fully acknowledge the past. Otherwise, true progress will remain intangible. Number two, create a physical space for us. We make room for what we value. And number three, include us in the decisions you make about us. We want to help. And then we just like, close it out. We're like, we await your reply. And so we did get a meeting, but it was just like they listened, like, oh, thanks for that. And then nothing ever happened, When I think I talked about this in my interview as well, but when we asked for a space on campus, said, can we just have a room? And the vice president of Student Life told us that there was no room on campus. Like, oh, we don't have a space. Like, you don't have a single room on campus. She's like, no, they're all being used. I was like, well,
For the Black Student Union specifically? Or?
Well, so there was a room for the Black Student Union, but we just wanted a space where we could gather outside of Black Student Union.
Okay.
Like most campuses will have like a whole center dedicated to multicultural students.
Okay.
And so we just asked for like a small space, and she said, oh, all the rooms on campus are being used. So things like that. But yeah, none of those things took place. We asked President Worthen to just, make an acknowledgement that, that this university is built on Native American land. Make that acknowledgement at commencement. Nothing. We can't move forward till we acknowledge the past. That was a huge thing. And yeah, things that were very simple that you wouldn't think would take a lot of effort, but never got done. Yeah.
So with America's history in terms of how it's dealt with race, with the Mormon Church's problematic history of how it's dealt with race, with the values of Christianity and inclusion that are not just in Christian scripture, but in LDS scripture, and with just the history of people of color not feeling comfortable, and at BYU and in the church, and with the church's missionary ambitions in Africa and other places, you would think the Mormon Church would have all sorts of incentives to just get this one right. Plus, with $250 billion in assets, that the church would have every incentive in the world to just like, how much? $1 million, $5 million, $10 million? Saane, Nate, how do we fix this problem? We'll do it. You think that they would, what?
Saane.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What?
Her name is Saane, not Saane.
Saane,
Yeah,
sorry. Thank you. Yes, Saane.
Just want to get that in there.
Thank you, Saane. Like the church would have every motivation to get this right and to fix these problems.
Yes. Yeah. You would think.
Yeah.
Especially for a church and its doctrine who, at the forefront is the atonement of Jesus Christ. And we talk about atoning for our sins. That context, I 100% apply to America. I 100% apply that. Why is the church exempt from atoning from their sins of the past? You tell us to atone for our own personal sins, but you're exempt from that? As an entire organization who's leading a global church, that's crazy to me. And then I view that even at BYU. There's so many heartbreaking experiences that I've witnessed people go through at BYU and continue to go through even now, and professors, and the list goes on. And it's so disheartening because it's just like, this is a place where Christ is supposed to reside and exist, and yet some of the most un-Christ-like things have taken place here. I don't know how to reconcile that. And that's something that I saw constantly during my experience. And it's hard because there are people at BYU, faculty that I love so much, and I'm so grateful for the experiences that I've had. I was even able to go on the African American Civil Rights Seminar, which we go to Alabama, we go to Georgia, and we basically do civil rights tour. Nate has done it as well. We didn't do it in the same year. But that experience I got through BYU, through, Black faculty that fought and white faculty as well, who were very passionate about, Black history and who fought for that experience. And so that's something that I took part in and if anything added to what I was already passionate about. And so it's interesting because I've had these formative experiences that, I got through being at BYU, but then at the same time, it's just like, how does that, this goodness exists and also this horrible, disheartening, hopeless experience also exists at BYU. It's a constant battle for me, at least in my experience. Having worked with diversity, equity, inclusion work at BYU, and even as Nate, as he described, as students, like you have all these recommendations and all these solutions, and you have the research to back it up, and you have the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all of the ways of how to make it, coincide with the church and the gospel, and for it to still be, oh no, or it has to be adjusted this way or shifted that way. It just feels defeating when that is constantly the experience of like, we're trying to make a difference, but then nothing changes. Nothing has changed, if that makes sense. At least for me, that was what it felt like time and time again, where it's just like, am I just, this token, just this, I'm doing all this volunteer work that I'm not being paid for, and for what? I don't know. I mean, again, I don't regret like the work that I was a part of and did, and I don't know how you feel about that, Nate, but I look back and there's the part of me where it's just like, did that really help? Like, did that make a difference? Again, I'm not saying that it didn't. But it's like, I think of, my friends that are still at BYU and I hear, the things that they say and their experiences and what's going on. And it's like, wow, like not much has changed, or it's still, this pattern of, and now with the new president of BYU, I don't know. It's just, yeah, I'm not sure, Nate, if there's anything that you would add to that, but
you got it.
Yeah.
So like, I'm thinking about when you left BYU your freshman year, you're resolving, I'm gonna be the Mormon, I'm gonna be the woman of color that helps change both BYU and the church. You go in your mission, you come back, and you literally, walk the walk of offering your services to BYU, your time, your talent, your efforts, much of it volunteer, offer that to BYU to help fix the problem. To address the problem. You too, Nate. And you're saying you ended your experience there wondering whether anything was different by the time you were done?
100%. I mean, obviously I give space to the work that I did do. I mean, especially with, I remember the change with the honor code as it applied to queer students, and then the CES coming down and saying, nope, just kidding, that's actually not the case, BYU can't do that. And then I just remember
this is when BYU changed the honor code apparently to allow gay students to date.
Yes, that's correct.
As long as they live the law of chastity, only within a few weeks, to say, sorry, just kidding, LGBT people can't date.
Yeah, exactly.
So I guess they never actually stated that they could date. What they did was they deleted the section of the honor code that talked about homosexual behavior. Without clarification. And then once people started coming out and, expressing their feelings on campus, then they clarified 2 weeks later and said, oh, no, we didn't. It's still there. It's just invisible now.
Verbally maintaining the prohibition, but removing the written prohibition from its honor code.
To avoid probably legal action or something.
Yeah.
Do you remember, Nate, remember how President Nelson came to speak at BYU? I don't know if you remember that, but he specifically talked about, he made the distinction within the law of chastity that, the same thing with the homosexual behavior. It was about living the law of chastity, and how that also, it wasn't exclusive of queer students, of queer people, and also, heterosexual people. I still vividly remember that. But then, and then the shift with obviously CES, releasing that letter that, oh, actually, no. And mind you, so many people had already came out to their families, came out on social media. And again, almost another sense of betrayal where it's just like, I'm constantly reminded I do not belong here. and I want so badly to belong here. And I remember that in March of 2020, again, this is literally right before, the pandemic hit, and we online school, we held a protest at BYU. His name is Ryan. He's queer himself, and we rallied together. We held this protest with USGA, and we lost the momentum because right after that, it went into the pandemic. And so any conversation that could have happened after that protest, and after, so many people expressing their dismay and how hurtful that letter was, and that shift in almost like misleading people, we lost that momentum because of obviously what happened with the global pandemic.
So were you leading, Saane, right? Were you leading protests at BYU by that point?
Yes, by that point, yes. So
'Cause
that specific one.
From decades before, I can tell you how that ends. BYU doesn't like protests, right?
No, they don't.
They changed the rules to make it to where you had to ask permission to protest.
Yeah. So you have to go through an approval process.
So how was that for your morale to be leading protests at BYU?
I mean, I wasn't concerned about how that. I mean, there's a part of me worried, like, would that affect my status, my academic status? Would that affect, because at that point I wasn't close to graduation. This was 2020. I graduated in April 2022. Obviously, there were feelings of like, will this affect, my academic career, my educational path? But really, that wasn't even a thought that overpowered what was important to me at the time. And again, that's always the person that I've led myself to be is speaking up for the unheard, and not even me speaking up, uplifting other voices, letting them speak for themselves, and highlighting that. That was very huge for me in my BYU experience, in my activism, was how can I uplift other people? How can I bring a mic to them, to their experiences? Even in 2018, 2019, excuse me. I worked with Women's March Provo at the time. We kind of modeled after Women's March, the national organization, and we led a protest against ICE. We held it on Pioneer Day, which, for those of you that don't know, that's a state holiday in Utah, where they honor, the Mormon pioneers. But we chose to hold that protest actually in the West Valley headquarters. People don't know this, but Utah actually holds the regional detentional center. So they have the ICE headquarters in West Valley, and that regional detention center covers states like Montana, Arizona, Colorado. That's within the state of Utah.
This is how the federal government deals with immigrants.
Yes, right? 100%. And I remember organizing that, and again, being in a state like Utah, very different. Growing up in a state like California, growing up in an area like the Bay Area, where it was normalized to protest and speak up and riot and do demonstrations and go to public council meetings. Whereas with Utah, the things that, I was fighting for and standing up for, very few of us were doing that. It was very hard to do that, even trying to get, rallying the support. And again, saw the same thing at BYU, where how is it that, and obviously the church's stance on immigration, I would say, among other things, is more inclusive than other issues. They've expressed how, they support the Dreamers DACA initiative that Obama instated when he was president. So obviously there's that weird relationship where it's like you have the church that have supported those things, but then you have like the church membership who are extremely xenophobic. And so again, it's very confusing. And so, and I bring that up to say that that's why, my BYU experience was so back and forth and so mentally exhausting and mentally draining, because there was all these mixed messages and thinking about like who Christ was to me, but then seeing people who weren't Christ-like, who were supporting these very unchrist-like views and policies that affected real-life people. That's something that I was very adamant about during my time at BYU, was reminding people that these policies, there are real families behind them. There are real people behind these laws and these policies that are affected by them. And it's a privilege to not have to worry about that, to not have to worry about voting, or if you are voting against. Again, that was something that I was very adamant about, and something that was a big part of my experience at BYU and what affected my relationship with the church.
For the most part, how did white BYU students respond to attempts at activism around immigrants, Black Lives Matter, LGBT things? What was the general reception by the white BYU student body to these efforts?
Again, it's the same thing that we saw with the civil rights movements, where you had like the white moderate who didn't necessarily agree with what was going on against Black people, but didn't say anything. And so you had so I compare that with you had the white student population that probably agreed with things that I openly, vocally spoke about, but they were too scared to agree with me or to offer support. And then you had the other white student population of BYU students where they were openly against Black Lives Matter. I remember seeing, somebody at BYU where their phone screensaver was the Blue Lives Matter flag. Again, just seeing, so many people that were so against, all of these very progressive and inclusive movements. So you had the mixture of the two, where people you had the, white students that didn't speak up, but they knew it was wrong. Or, again, I had a friend who had an experience within the classroom. She's Black, and I can't remember if it was a student or a professor, but the N-word, it was a student, and the student had used the N-word. And again, I know people in that room knew that what this fellow white student said was wrong, but did anybody speak up in support of my Black friend? No. And so that was a huge issue too. That frustrated me just as much as people that were openly comfortable with their problematic views, because at least I knew where they stood. When I think back to the Trump era, for me, at least it showed me what people who they were and what they actually stood for. I didn't have to guess, if that makes sense. And so in that part, obviously, I don't even want to say that I'm grateful for, but at least it showed me what people really stood for. But then you had, the white majority that didn't say anything, that didn't speak up, even though deep down they felt that it was probably wrong. So
not a lot of white student support for social justice causes from what you experienced?
No, not a lot. Obviously, and Nate, you can chime in as well. The most rallying of white BYU students that I saw in terms of supporting any progressive issue was probably when it came to LGBTQ plus issues. That's where I saw, a lot of white students. But even when it came to Black Lives Matter or students that, issues that Black students and Black Americans were facing, nothing, silence. And so that was there's also issues with that and layers to that, which again, why the pride flag was updated to include Black and brown, because of the intersectionality of Black and brown people within the LGBTQ community. But for the most part, overall, not many white students, especially when it came to issues regarding race, or even immigration and xenophobia. You weren't going to see many white BYU students supporting those causes.
I think, there's a lot of reasons behind that, but I think probably the biggest reason is that in all honesty, I think that a lot of white members of the church, especially at BYU, are just so sheltered when it comes to issues surrounding race that they don't have a basis on which to stand or support that.
Right.
If you talk to BYU students, you're going to be hard pressed to find a BYU student who doesn't know someone who's a member of the queer community, right?
Right.
But you can throw a rock and find someone who doesn't know a black person or who's never had a meaningful interaction with a black person or with another person of color in their entire lives. And so I think that definitely affects that as well as just all the taboo and the fear surrounding race and white people. They're very afraid to talk about racism or admit to it because of all the connotations that come with it. And so I think those things probably make it a big difference. And so it's bad for a lot of reasons, but at the same time, I kind of, yes, it's their fault that they haven't been exposed, but at the same time, it is what it is. But that's probably the biggest reason that there's not a lot of support for issues surrounding race is because the church just doesn't do a very good job of introducing diversity into its culture.
Exactly. And the country as a whole. Again, like you mentioned, it's like at the end of the day, people are a product of their lack of exposure, lack of proximity, lack of understanding, lack of education, which is sad because it's like you think about the college experience and how you would think that by that time you have so much knowledge and now you're adding more to it. And it's mind-boggling being surrounded by an entire population of college students who know close to nothing about the history of our country. Like to me, that's embarrassing. That's scary. That's scary that, these are people that are, going to be teachers, doctors, lawyers, and they don't even have the basic understanding. Yeah. Parents, exactly. Future church leaders, if they, remain in the church, that do not have, in my opinion, the basic understanding of the basic history, both church and within the country.
Yeah, you'd think that the church might just obtain the resolve to say, we're going to create a people that are the least racist, most anti-racist people in the world. Because if there's anything that's anti-Christian, that's anti-Christ, it's racism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So let's create the most anti-racist community on the planet. I mean, that follows for me.
You would think, but the church is rooted in white supremacy. So there's that.
Okay. Boom.
It is what it is, I guess.
Really quickly, and I hope it's okay for me to ask this, what was it like to see the Black Menaces kind of emerge at BYU while you were there?
Yeah.
I know this is your story, but was that an important part of your BYU story?
Oh, for sure.
And if so, do you want to just share what that was like to see that happen and how you experienced that?
Yeah, it's
because there's few phenomena at BYU that's made such a national, if not an international, other than like the horrible LGBT stuff that happened to BYU and Holland's awful musket talk. Like the Black Menaces is like one of the most historic things to ever happen to BYU. And you had not only got to witness it, but you were close friends with many of the people like Nate who were involved.
It's funny. And it shouldn't be a surprise as to why I'm close friends with all of them. There's a reason why. There's a reason why those are my people, and the community that I found and clung to during my time at BYU, which is a huge reason why I was able to survive in that experience, honestly, and also thrive in a lot of other ways. Was through people like Sebastian, Rachel, Kylie and Nate and Kenethia. My experience watching that kind of blow up, honestly, I was really proud. I was really proud of what they were doing, what they were talking about, and highlighting. Again, I was also very aware of people that were so against it. So, I had people, messaging me in my DMs or trying to have conversations with me where it's just like, but what they're doing is so divisive. What they're doing is so, it's not helping. It's going to make it worse. It's going to make,
Divisive.
yeah, it's going to make it, yeah, exactly. That was the constant messaging that, people that knew me, because obviously I was very, by that time coming back from my mission, at that point, I did not care what people thought in terms of what I shared and posted and vocalized. I was very, I was back in that, what was natural to me, what was second nature to me, being vocal about Black Lives Matter. Even in my bio on Instagram, I have Christ the perfect ally. I did that intentionally to show people, and I have Black Lives Matter. I have all the hashtags that, address different ethnic, racial groups and different issues like abolish ICE, free Palestine, missing and murdered Indigenous women, LGBTQ plus issues, like all of those things, like that's in my Instagram bio because I wanted to show people that like I can believe in Christ and also believe and fight for all of these things. And so when I saw Black Menaces, it was the same thing. It was more so for me sharing, the TikToks and the messages that they were promoting. I was just more so a vessel of sharing that message even further. And I was really proud of what they were doing and really proud of the perspectives that they were highlighting, that we haven't addressed our church history adequately enough. Like so far from even getting to the point of like even talking about it in a way where we are atoning, we are being repenting of those things. We're so far from that. And so for me, my perspective of the Black Menaces was like, now we're going to force people to have this conversation because the church is not taking the lead on it. And so for me, I felt that, the Black Menaces were kind of, whether it made people pissed, it was a good thing that people were getting pissed off because it meant that conversations were happening.
But for those, let's just say there's a big chunk of our listeners that don't know what we're talking about with the Black Menaces and what they did. I imagine in their minds they're thinking, were they like throwing pies in the faces of BYU administrators and saying Black Lives Matter? Were they chaining themselves to administration buildings? Were they holding Black Power marches through campus? Like, I'm sure in their minds, they're like,
thinking,
this is a really radical group. What radical things were the Black Menaces doing?
Oh, yes. Let me clarify. Yeah. So what they were doing, the basis of what they were doing is that they would hold on-campus interviews. So they would interview students, obviously with their verbal permission. So they never interviewed somebody that didn't want to be interviewed, that didn't want to be recorded.
So consensual.
Yes. So they were big on consent and making sure that people agreed. And so they interviewed students and asked them basic questions, whether it was about Black Lives Matter or Blue Lives Matter or Donald Trump and Biden or certain excerpts, from the church or certain, doctrinal questions. It was literally just an interview basis of what they were doing. They would interview students on campus. And again, they weren't putting out their opinions or sharing what, they believed in. They were letting the students speak for themselves and illustrate to the world and to BYU and to people within the church that look at what, the student population, look at how they think, look at how they perceive, look at also their life.
Face. It wasn't.
No, yeah, it wasn't.
It was just like TikTok and Instagram, short videos.
Yes.
What are some, give some examples of some of the questions that would be asked of the students? Just three to five questions.
So for one, we asked people if they knew like what land BYU was built on, like what indigenous land it was built on. We asked people if they supported gay marriage. We asked people if they voted for Donald Trump or Biden. We asked who said this, Brigham Young or Adolf Hitler, and it was like the penalty for interracial marriage is death on the spot or something like that. We asked people. Man, so many different questions. What else did we ask them?
Is BYU racist or is the church racist?
We asked them if they believe that BYU was an inclusive school. We asked them how many Black friends they had, so just all different kinds of questions.
But not in your face. You never argued. You weren't trying to shame anybody.
Literally, our response to every single answer, we'd ask them a question, we'd hold out our microphone, they would respond, and we'd say, cool, that's it, or thank you. Or purr if you were Rachel, right? But that was it. That's all we did, and then that was the end of the video, And
These are little
apparently-
1-2 minute videos on Instagram and TikTok.
Yeah, usually no more than like 60 to 90 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. And then they'd go viral.
No, yeah, exactly.
Because the answers were so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Again, it just highlighted again like what me and Nate have been talking about, just the lack of knowledge, the huge misconception and misunderstanding of whether it be the Black experience or just the student of color experience, or just with church history and U.S. history in general. It just highlighted imagine like this one student times 30,000, right? We're talking about a whole student population who very much share these problematic beliefs. And so imagine if that's the kind of college experience you're entering into. That's why we talk about this hostility, this constant tension of, and that's why I think it was so clever what Black Menaces did, because they did it in such a way where, like you said, it wasn't in people's faces. It wasn't demeaning in any way or, destructive. If anything, it was simply just highlighting and showcasing to people, this is how people think on this campus, and people who are of, members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We're just showing people that we're not giving them a script. This is generally random people that you pick out of, people walking on campus, and these are their thoughts and ideas. And when we think about that in the bigger picture on a grander scale, how scary that is, truthfully, and how problematic that is. When you think about, so these are the future leaders that are supposed to graduate and go forth and serve. But serve who? Right? Like, serve who? And so, yeah, that's something that I think, Black Menaces was really key into. You can't ignore how ignorant this population of not only members but students are, and campus and administration are.
And so what did you see as the result of the efforts of the Black Menaces on campus and in the church more broadly?
That's a great question. In terms of results, I still think that they're ongoing. When we think about, has BYU drastically changed? No, not since the time, that Black Menaces have started. But do I think that, but I know that the administration are aware of them. I know that they're aware of, the perception of BYU and the perception of the church. And so to me, that's a result from what they've done, is that you can't hide forever. You can't hide this history, this ugly history. And you would think that we would be the first, or the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints would be at the forefront of atoning for what church history has looked like and been like. You would think that they would be at the forefront of apologizing, of acknowledging, and recognizing all the wrongdoings. And yet they are not at the forefront of that. And so that's a huge result that I think Black Menaces cultivated, is really starting the conversation of what it looks like to atone for the past. That's why I really admire people like Brian Stevenson. For those of you that don't know, he was African-American lawyer back in the 70s, represented people on death row, specifically African-American men. And he talks about how, like, when you go to Germany, you can't walk, a foot without seeing some sort of reminder about the Holocaust and what took place, and how, and the many, Jewish people and all kinds of people that, were prosecuted and killed. You are constantly reminded of that. And he talks about how, like, and yet in the country of America, and even at BYU, having a statue of Brigham Young, we have reminders of racist people. We have reminders of the peoples that perpetuated these wrongdoings, not reminders about what we did and why it was so wrong. And so, again, he talks about how, like, we have to remember our legacy in order to progress and move forward. And that's just something that I know the church has not done, and BYU has not done. And it's disappointing constantly. And that's an understatement, quite frankly. It's, Yeah.
Some are going to see this question as confrontational, and you don't have to answer it. But do either of you want to comment on current Mormon prophet President Russell M. Nelson receiving like the Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King Award for like world, like social justice, advocacy, anti-racism, whatever that award was? Like, do either of you have a comment on that?
You want to go first?
You can go first.
Okay.
I'm still processing.
Yeah, so when I first saw that, my first reaction was, what the hell? Like, what is this? It baffled my mind that they would lump Russell M. Nelson in with Martin Luther King, Mahatma Gandhi, and Nelson Mandela as someone who was deserving of that kind of award. I thought it was pretty outrageous. And I also thought that the only reason that he would even be getting an award like that was because of money, right? I think that the church probably paid the right people, and in return they get that award because President Nelson has not done anything that would warrant him receiving that kind of award, especially over other people, other activists, other people who have done so much for the country, for different movements, what have you. I've never heard of Brian Stevenson receiving that award. I've never heard of Ibram X. Kendi receiving that award.
Mm-hmm.
Maya Angelou. There are so many other people, alive and dead, who are more deserving of that award than Russell M. Nelson. Not to say that he is a bad person, but he has not done anything in his life that I know of that is worthy of him being what's the word I'm looking for? I guess with his name being put alongside names like that, like Nelson Mandela, and the fight against apartheid in his country, Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement, Mahatma Gandhi, and Indian liberation, and then you have Russell M. Nelson, who did it's not like, maybe if it was Joseph Smith, that would have made like slightly more sense, since they at least traveled halfway across the country.
Right.
But it just doesn't make any sense for him to receive that award.
I mean, he can't even clean up BYU. It's kind of the context I'm asking the question.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
so the only reason that he would get that award is because of money. I think that they paid the right people, and in return, they received that prestigious award from a Black university. I just find it ridiculous.
I totally agree with what Nate has said, and it's like I think of when I think of like the fruits of his labor, I don't even see the fruits. So it's just like what labor, what work has he done to bring to fruition? Again, the names that we've talked about, it's incomparable. Like, yes, I know he's stood in front of in general conference and say how we need to root out racism. That's it. Like that's the only thing that I've heard that's even slightly remotely related to when we're talking specifically about the issue of race. But in terms of like tangible things that could have been done within the church, one, just even talking about the church history, actually teaching that in Sunday school, actually including that in Come Follow Me pamphlets and booklets, none of that has been done. And so again, it's just, like Nate said, outrageous that he would receive an award like that. And again, people might be like, well, he's the prophet. Like, he's done so much good. He's the mouthpiece for God. And and to me, that means nothing to me because I haven't seen... because when I think of people like, Martin Luther King, like Nelson Mandela, when you read, their journal entries and whatnot, they were led by God in what they did. We're talking about Nelson Mandela, who was imprisoned for decades. He was in prison, and still had the faith to go against, this apartheid. And Martin Luther King, who was also, put in jail and demonized for basic human rights that we now view as basic human rights, to not be judged by the color of your skin. And so I see those.
Gandhi spent a lot of time in prison too.
Yes, and Gandhi as well. Yes, yeah. And so again, I see those examples and those people, and and the activism that they did and led, and I see Russell M. Nelson, it's not even in the same ballpark, not even close. And so again, it's confusing to me that I've only ever heard this man say root out racism, and that's about it. There are Black students at BYU that have done more. And that's the truth.
You've done more. Don't
Okay.
yourself short.
We're talking students at BYU who have done more.
You should
than
boycott.
Russell and
Just
Nelson,
give
right?
Saane the award.
No, but yeah, seriously, again,
Sane's done more for people of color in the Mormon Church than Russell and Nelson.
Yeah, that's a factual statement. Yeah.
And Nate.
and Nate.
I mean, maybe he's given more money to the NAACP than we have, but that's about it.
That kind
But
of wasn't
even-
his money, right?
even the
it was our money.
AACP.
It was our
Yeah.
tithing, so I guess we gave that too. Yeah.
Right. No, but even like the NAACP even talked about, I can't remember exactly who.
It was the special counsel to the president. He
Yes.
said that they had not done anything. They'd said a lot, but hadn't done anything.
Exactly. We're talking about, again, people, and that's the issue too with membership and members of the church. They'll see a picture of Russell M. Nelson shaking hands with the president of the NAACP and think that, see, look how progressive the prophet is. Look how amazing he is, and all these relationships he's cultivating and formulating for like, of course, like we love Black people. They'll see those things, and it's just like there's nothing tangible behind that.
It's like a photo op.
Exactly. It's a photo op. It's a PR stunt because literally people from the NAACP have called out the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints for not doing enough. They talk a lot, but is there anything tangible behind that? Any actual actions? No, it's very performative. And that's my issue when it comes to the church leadership and the institution. It's very performative. You make it seem like you care. You make it seem like there's directions to make change, but there's nothing to that backs that up.
Not to mention that entire relationship is an effort to repair all the damage that the church has done in the past, because they've been speaking out against the NAACP for decades. And this is President Nelson's way of, I guess, beginning to repair that relationship.
Without apologizing.
Exactly. Apparently they've apologized privately.
Oh.
They apologized to the president of the NAACP. I think they in private they apologized, but will not apologize publicly.
I didn't know that.
And will categorically deny fake apologies as well. So, but yeah, I forgot what I was saying.
Well,
But
that's, yeah.
There's a lot of things.
Okay. So is there anything else, Saane, you'd like to say about your time at BYU, your attempts to be an advocate for social justice, an activist for social justice at BYU? I'm sure there's so much we're missing in terms of initiatives you spearheaded or participated in. By the time you finish at BYU, anything else you want to share about your story?
Yeah.
Your BYU story.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else I would add to that.
How are you feeling by the end of your time at BYU?
Oh man. How I felt nearing the end of my time at BYU, it's the same way that I felt when I ended high school, but in a different aspect. It felt like the end of an era. And what I mean by that, so much effort. I look back at my college experience and I'm like, damn, so much of my college experience was not even just going to school or appreciating my college experience. Most of my college experience was trying to change my college experience.
yeah.
And trying to change the college experience of other people that I felt for, that I loved, that I, if I couldn't feel included, I at least wanted them to. And so it was this weird kind of like sad, but also a sense of pride in the sense that like I did the absolute best that I could. I knew that I could walk away from that campus. I haven't been back since, but I knew that I could walk away from that campus knowing that I did everything within my possible capabilities of trying to make it better, trying to change it for the better. And so I at least walked away knowing that, having that confirmation that I did everything that I could, but also a sense of grief that I didn't see the changes that I had hoped to see with all the work that me and Nate and so many other students tried to do for so long during our experience, and even students previous to us, and obviously students now and who will continue to fight. There was a sense of sadness that I also felt because I had hoped that those changes that I had longed for and wished for, I wanted to see that happen before I left. Because for me, I thought so much about students to come, students like me and students like Nate, students that, felt these things and internally struggled with these things. I wanted those changes to happen at BYU so that they didn't have to deal with what we dealt with. And so there's a sense of grief that just didn't get to be accomplished. And I won't say that our efforts were wasted. But I mean, there's the other part where it's just like, were they appreciated? Were they acknowledged as much? I don't know. I don't know, the things that we've done. I don't know, Nate, how you feel with like Black Menaces, how you feel that would, affect future generations at BYU. I'm not sure. That's a question mark for me.
Hopefully it encourages them not to come.
That's how you feel.
Well, I say that I'm being a little bit facetious, but at the same time, if less people come to BYU because they don't want to be in that environment, then there's less tuition being paid. And then when there's less tuition being paid, then more money has to be spent keeping BYU open. And then when the church gets hit in the pocketbooks, then you'll start to see some changes. Because, whenever it comes to big organizations, money is where the changes are made. Recent example, Fox News fired their biggest star because he cost them $787 million, right? And so when you hit them where it hurts, that's when changes are made. So when I say I hope that Black Menaces encourages students not to come, I just mean that I hope that it has some influence on BYU's ability to change. Because I think it'll change eventually, but by the time it does, it's going to be far too late. And also, I just don't want Black students to go through, or just students of color. I don't want students of color to go through the isolation and the efforts to assimilate and the feelings of loneliness and all of those things that come with being a student at BYU. I want them to, at the very least, if they're going to come, to be equipped with how to deal with that and not get blindsided like so many students do, especially coming through the SOAR program. You think there's going to be one experience, and then you get there and find out that the experience you had at SOAR is not at all like your experience at BYU, and you're just kind of blindsided. I felt that way. I didn't go to SOAR, but I felt blindsided. I felt very lonely. So I know you kind of experienced the same thing.
Yeah.
I've my friends and siblings and all that same kind of thing, where it's, you expect one thing, then you get there, it's completely different.
Yeah. And there's so many layers to it that people, again, like unless you go to BYU and experience and see the things that, both me and Nate have witnessed, like I've sat in rooms with administration. I've sat in rooms of people that, have the power to make changes, or at least I thought, and constantly seeing, leaving these meetings and seeing nothing being changed, seeing nothing really, it almost makes you think, why did we meet in the first place? Why did you listen to my perspective in the first place? Or why are you asking me to lead this student committee if there's obstacles and pushback for projects and things that we want to do? So do you want to change or not, right? It's like this constant question of like, what is this working towards? Because I do have hope that BYU will change. But like Nate has said, it's already been too late. It's already been too late for so many students. And so if that's not already a wake-up call now, and we're waiting for another decade of this BS to continue, let's just, like, that's, I don't know, that's disheartening, that's disappointing, and that's scary to think about that. Yeah, I mean, in so many different levels, even with the way that BYU handles, the athletics program, Black and brown athletes, there's so many layers to the BYU experience that are so toxic and extremely problematic. It's just almost like, it's almost overwhelming. It's like, where do we begin? But it's also like, we have to start somewhere, and they haven't started somewhere. And so that's what's frustrating.
So, Saane, are you proud to have graduated from BYU? Ashamed? Where do you stand in terms of how you feel about being a BYU graduate?
Yeah.
If you want to label it, you don't have to label it.
Sure. I don't necessarily have a label to it. It's not something that I necessarily show off. Like, I'm a BYU graduate. That's not something that I share. That's not something that is at the forefront of like something that I'm necessarily proud of. It's a mix of, I'm proud that I did the things that I did at that campus. I'm proud of like the work that we did or tried to do at least. But at the same time, it's also just like, I don't know. I don't know where that work went or where those efforts went or what that led to. And maybe I'll never really know or understand or see for myself what that looks like, what that will turn into. And so there's an aspect where it's just like, I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm proud that I went to BYU. I'm proud that I did the things that I did in an environment like BYU. Yeah, that's what I would say. That I didn't fold on my beliefs. I didn't fold on who I was and always was previous to my BYU experience. If anything, I strengthened those beliefs. And so, yeah, that's what I'm proud of, is that, I did those things despite being in the environment that I was, where there was so much pushback, where it could have been easy to give up. It could have been so easy to just be like, you know what, I'm done. I'm leaving. In which I don't judge people who do leave BYU or don't continue their education. If anything, I have a lot of empathy and understanding. But at least for myself, I'm proud that I, got through that experience, doing the things that I did alongside people like Nate as well.
And Nate, you just said you hope people of color won't attend BYU. So I'm wondering how you would answer that question.
Answer the question: am I proud that I graduated from BYU? I'm proud that I graduated. Yes, because the graduation rate, according to the co-rep report, for Black students is, I think, 58%. So roughly 1 out of every 2 Black students that goes to BYU does not graduate. So I'm proud that I graduated, that I made it out. But it's also not a flex to say that I graduated from BYU.
Exactly.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
It's not something that I would ever want to bring up in conversation. And I almost want to pursue further education just so that I can say I went to somewhere else and have that on my resume instead of BYU, because there's so many connotations that come with that, especially with all the press that BYU has gotten in the last few years.
Not just for LGBTQ stuff, but also
for a lot of things, for a lot of racism and discrimination, and weird sex stuff, just all kind of things. So.
Yep.
And would and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I'm genuinely curious. Would saying I'm ashamed to have attended BYU, would that be taking it too far? Or embarrassed, ashamed or embarrassed to be associated with BYU? And again, don't let me put words in your mouth. I'm just curious.
Oh, no,
if those words
you're good.
fit.
You're good. I hadn't really thought about that. It's such a strong word, but I feel like I don't know if ashamed really describes it, but it's certainly not something that I'm proud of or that I want to define myself by. I don't want to be defined as a BYU graduate. Yeah. Anything. I'd want to be defined by the efforts that I made while attending BYU to change it. Right. That's very powerful what you said. Your whole college experience was spent trying to change your college experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's really what it was. So I'd much rather want to be defined by the things that I did and the changes that I tried to make during my time there than the fact that I went there.
And I'm curious for you, Bo, knowing that I was at BYU and knowing how I was growing up with my activism, because because at least for me, growing up in the church, people were excited that I was coming to BYU. No, nobody warned me. Nobody told me that it would be hard. And college is hard in general, but not hard for the reasons that it was hard, in my experience. And so I'm just curious, like, did I ever cross your mind?
That we were throwing you to the wolves?
Yes.
No, it never crossed my mind.
Okay.
I think that as we watched you grow from afar, most of us, if not all of us, who were your youth leaders and who loved you, were just really proud of you.
Yeah.
And still am, right? And for you to go and continue your voice and to develop your voice and the way that you manifest your voice in such powerful ways at BYU just brings a great sense of pride for me and for Heather, at least. And I know Eleanor and Michelle and Carolyn and all your cheering squad.
Okay.
Yeah. But no, did not have a sense of like, whoa, we're sending this girl into a situation that she's not prepared for. Because you're Saane Siale, like you're prepared for anything. Like you can take on the world.
I'm definitely not. But I try to think that I am prepared. I asked that because my parents obviously have no concept of those kinds of layers to BYU that were super difficult. Again, huge celebration. Same thing with my mission, this huge celebration. Same thing with my graduation. Huge celebration for me having been the first generation college graduate in my family. But again, without the understanding that, there were levels of, that racism and different levels of discrimination that I experienced and witnessed that they just, didn't have a concept of. So obviously my parents weren't going to warn me. And so neither did obviously, church membership, which I understand to an extent.
Yeah, which the vast majority of us are white.
Right,
and
exactly.
I didn't go to BYU. I have no reference for that, right? But
right.
like, those who did go to BYU or didn't go to BYU, generally speaking, are going to be more of a white lived experience, right?
Yeah.
And so even the warning of, or hey, honey, you may want to be prepared with this, probably isn't going to come because it is so much of a white experience.
Right.
And that's why I think that it's so powerful and important for your voices to be heard, right?
Yeah.
This is our lived experience at BYU. And the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours that we spent trying to improve the lived experience of people of color at BYU. That's why it's so important to hear the story. Because most of the white people at BYU aren't living that experience.
Exactly. Yeah.
And any white person that did have a negative experience at BYU is probably not going to be in the Word to tell you about it, most likely.
Yep.
So it just kind of gets tossed out of the window.
Exactly.
So Saane, and again, this is putting a real fine point on it, but if a 18-year-old Polynesian, hopeful Mormon young man or young woman comes to you and says, Saane, you graduated from BYU. Should I go to BYU too? Do you know what you would say to that person?
See, that's difficult in the sense that there were Polynesian students that loved BYU, that loved their experience, that didn't see issues with racism, that didn't see issues with LGBTQ, like the homophobia and all those things, because a lot of Polynesian members subscribed to those beliefs the same way their white LDS counterparts did. And so for me, I was, I guess, an anomaly. An anomaly in the sense that in my own, like within my own, community of Polynesian people, I had people from my own community who considered me super liberal and radical as a negative thing, as a bad thing, that I was a bad member. And so again, feeling ostracized even from people within my own community at BYU who didn't support the things that I was supporting, didn't support the work that I was doing behind the scenes. And so when I think of a Polynesian student coming to me asking if they should go to BYU or not, they probably could go and enjoy it and not see the issues that I saw. Because again, my experience was unique and different from a lot of other That's not to say that there aren't Polynesians like me who are like-minded, who, are involved with social justice or activism. There are those that exist, but they're also very few and far and in between. And so it at least for if it was a Polynesian student like me who cares about the things that I care about, who does support Black Lives Matter, who does support LGBTQ people, I would caution them to think about what that's going to look like for their experience. But the average Polynesian who subscribes to beliefs of the white majority at BYU already,
You'll fit right in.
yes. No, honestly though, you'll get right along with no, and it's so true. I mean, I even like Black faculty that worked within the athletics department, and if you know the athletics department at BYU, a lot of the faculty within that department are also Polynesian. And I remember speaking, with Black faculty that worked around, and they would ask me like, why are you the way that you are? But people that come from your same culture, same ethnic, racial background, are kind of racist, or they subscribe to these beliefs that I'm not surprised by my white counterparts and why they believe the things that they believe, but I'm surprised that fellow, ethnic, multicultural people. I'm surprised that Polynesian people believe and subscribe to those problematic beliefs. And so that's something, and I don't know, Nate, if you agree with that. If you were surprised by meeting Polynesian people that aren't always like me or have the same thoughts, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say, from my experience, it seems like you are the exception to the rule.
I would agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we love you for it.
And so, yeah, that's why that question is hard for me to answer, because it's like you could, the average Polynesian might actually fit in with, whereas I personally did not.
And Nate, I'll ask you the same question. So a Black student, a Black Mormon high school senior from Alabama or Wisconsin or California comes to you and says, should I go to BYU as a Black student Mormon? Do you have a response you think you would offer?
I would ask them what they expect to get out of their time at BYU. And, if they want an education that is, deeply, I guess, centered in Mormonism, and if they want certain experiences, then I'll tell them that that's where they need to be. But if they want, if they want to be involved in activism, or if they want to be involved in, diversity, equity, and inclusion, if they want to, just kind of do things that are maybe go against the grain of BYU, then I would probably recommend that they go somewhere else. I'm not going to, tell anyone, no, you shouldn't go here. But I'm going to say, well, based on whatever you expect, just know that this is what you're going to get at BYU, as opposed to if you go somewhere else. And, what I've learned too, because Black Menaces, we've traveled to a few different campuses. And what I've learned is that the BYU experience is not entirely different from the experience of Black students at any other predominantly white university. But it is magnified a little bit because of the added lens of the church.
Yeah.
But yeah, at other universities, they still experience racism from faculty, from students. There's still incidents on campus. But at the same time, they have a little bit more support from administration, due to whether it's federal mandates or what have you. But there is a little bit more support at other universities, whereas because BYU is run by the church dictates all. So, it would definitely depend on what they expect to get out of their education. Okay. I'd probably just tell them to go to HBCU, to be honest.
Historically Black colleges and universities, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's shift gears now. And as we're kind of wrapping up, let's talk about your faith and your faith trajectory. We ended talking about your faith kind of with your mission and how you had stopped emphasizing any uniquely Mormon doctrines or teachings or beliefs. And it was just all about Jesus and Christ. That was kind of the core of your testimony.
For sure.
How has your Mormon testimony progressed during your final 3 years at BYU to now? Do you want to take us through that progression?
Yeah, for sure. I really think what propelled my, my faith transition and just kind of really confronting with what do I believe in really started at the height of the pandemic, because that's when, we didn't have to go to church in person. We could do church online via Zoom. And so that was like the first time in my life where not going to church felt great. Not being in the environment that I was in and putting myself in where, again, I mean, when I was going to church, I would hear, friends that would tell me that, this person said this about you, whether it be the way that I dressed, or I've been called libtard when I was going to church. And so I was always perceived as this very radical, and that was almost coinciding with like, oh, she's on the evil side. And so that affected, attending church. Not so much that I stopped going altogether, but when the pandemic happened and not having to go to church, it was a breath of fresh air, being able to separate myself from an environment that wasn't really serving me and didn't really accept me and for the things that I was vocal about during my college experience at BYU. And during that time was really, it was nice in the sense of like, okay, I can do church things or on my own, or I can do it in my own way, or I can learn in my own way and not, have this very structured way of like being taught or, and it wasn't until, I don't want to say post-pandemic because we're still going through it. We're still experiencing COVID and whatnot. But I guess after we were allowed to come back in person on campus, and even within my relationship at the time, I have a lot of gratitude for my second relationship because it opened. I had conversations with my boyfriend at the time about
the LDS/return missionary, the second boyfriend?
No, he did not serve a mission.
Okay.
He had plans to, but didn't end up started, but then made the decision to shift and not serve a mission, which I supported him either way. I support you going and I support you not going. That was never an issue, that he never served a mission. But yeah, that relationship really allowed me to have these doubts and not feel scared to share them or talk about them. Being able to discuss that and have that dialogue was really important to me because at the time, obviously him being the closest person to me, being the person that knew the most about me and being comfortable and being trusting with being vulnerable, it allowed me to really critically think for myself and on my own. Is this a part of my life that I want to continue? And again, that was a very kind of like, I don't want to use the word secretive, but almost secretive part of my life because I was still going to BYU. My boyfriend at the time, he graduated at the height of the pandemic. So he was already done in April 2022, whereas like I knew that I had about 2 years left. And I was nervous about what, my doubts in the church, how that would look like and how that would affect my college education and my that was a legitimate fear. And I know that was a legitimate fear for a lot of students that felt the same way that I did. Are these doubts, of the church, going to affect me being able to graduate? That was something that I thought about constantly. So it wasn't something that I was really open about. I just knew that over time, 2020 and onward, I was slowly distancing myself from the church and being the natural person that I am and believing in the things that I believe in, supporting same-sex marriage, those are things that do not doctrinally align with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Even being someone that has friends who are trans, and supporting their transition and supporting, them living their own lives and whatever that looks like for them. sitting with that and confronting that I believe in these things, I believe in these people's way of living, goes against the church that I was born into, the church that I grew up in. And that was really where it's just like, it's no longer just about I can hold on to Jesus and I'm okay. It was more so the things that I believe in and the things that I've always believed in and fought for and continue to fight for are not aligned with the church that I grew up in. And that was really the turning point for me, where it's just like, okay, my beliefs just simply do not match, are not aligned. And so what does that mean? What does that mean for me? And again, I really go back to that relationship, and it gave me the confidence, it gave me the support to see a life outside of the church, because he was going through his own faith transition. And we were very adamant about communicating to each other that don't do this for me, do this for you. And we were both very open about this has nothing to do with our relationship and our love for each other, and more so about who we are as individuals. And so that was key to me kind of having that self-confidence to, okay, yeah, no, this has nothing to do with love interest or, or anyone in or outside of my life. This is generally something within me. And so once I made that turning point, that realization, it made it so much easier to, well, I shouldn't say easier, because we're talking about me shifting my entire identity away from what was so integral to my experience growing up Mormon. So I wouldn't say it was easy, but it definitely, the life outside of the church was more possible. It was actually a reality. It was tangible to me. And so I'm really grateful for that, because even now, having graduated BYU, even mentally and emotionally, I have never been in a more healthier place, mentally and emotionally. Never been in this kind of place that I am now. When I look at in comparison in the church, it's just night and day. And so again, that's why, I go back to just how mentally draining and mentally exhausting it was for me trying to reconcile, trying to be both. And it just got to the point where it's just like, you know what, I don't need to keep trying to make it work. I can be who I am, believe in the ideals that Christ did and who he was as a person and who he represents symbolically and whatnot. But in terms of like the doctrine of the church, in regards to my very specific beliefs, I just knew that it wouldn't make sense for me to stay any longer. So long-winded answer, but
No, that's a great answer.
yeah.
You've spoken a lot about LGBT stuff as it relates to the church's policies.
Yeah.
And then you've talked a lot about traditional Mormon views on things like Black Lives Matter or racism.
Yeah. Or sexual violence too.
And sexual violence.
Yeah.
What I haven't heard you address specifically as much is doctrinal racism within Mormonism. And here's what I mean by that.
Yeah.
The Mormon church is unique amongst Christian churches in the following way. The Bible, the Bible has problems. There's points in the Bible where it condones slavery, for example, but like overt, the type of overt racism that's extant in Mormon scripture stands unique to overt racism in the Bible. And what I mean by that specifically is the curse of Cain. The idea that Cain sinned, and so he was given black skin as a curse. That's not in the Bible. Christians remind me of that. That's not in the Bible. You know where it is found? It's in the book of Abraham, which is Mormon. It's in the book of Moses, which is Mormon, and it's in the Doctrine and Covenants, which is Mormon. So it's like Joseph Smith couldn't produce scripture without inserting the curse of Cain into it. He was incapable. And then what's the one book we're not mentioning? the Book of Mormon. I forget whether the curse of Cain is specifically in the Book of Mormon. I have to think that
It's not. They talk about the skin of blackness.
But what is in the Book of Mormon is the Lamanite curse, which again is Lamanites being cursed with dark skin, number one, because of their wickedness, and number two, so that white people would find the Native Americans loathsome, right?
Yeah.
I haven't heard you address that.
No, yeah, and that's also a huge part as well in terms of, and again, when I speak about the trans community, I can't speak about the trans community without specifically mentioning the Black trans community, and so again, there is doctrinally the race aspect that also affected, also my experience. Not only distancing myself from the church, but really asking myself, like, can I believe in this any longer? Because it goes against, everything that I've come to understand and come to, advocate for. And so, yes, doctrinally, with when it comes to race and the curse of Cain, and even just, again, going back to the church history and just seeing, the lack of willingness to even apologize or recognize or acknowledge and atone, for the sins of, not only the church, but even on a grander scale within this country, but specifically with the church, seeing that time and time again, and how that to this day is not a priority, again, just showed me why would I be a part of this institution? That wants nothing to do with taking ownership in atoning for those things. And not even just with Black people in the priesthood, also with Native Americans. The justification for mass genocide. The poorest demographic within the United States of America are Native Americans. And we don't talk about the history with that too, and the lens of Mormonism and how it did everything but uplift that group of people, and
I can see Mormons saying, "Wait, the Indian Placement Program tried to help Native Americans."
Oh gosh.
Sorry, that was a
No, you're good. We can bring up, it's the same thing with like the church meeting with the NAACP, or the church talking with, gay members, or like, oh, see, look, they're trying and they're doing all these things. But again, time and time again, it's proven to be performative. It's proven to have nothing tangible follow those quote unquote amazing like actions that the church has done throughout history. That and I'm like, and if we really want to be real, we bring up those like tiny examples, and that is nowhere near the kind of resolution or reparations that Black Americans or Native Americans truly deserve. We're talking about an erasure of people in a culture. One like tiny little like speck of like an organization that's not even close to what we owe back to people that experienced generations of mass genocide and enslavement. And so again, it just goes back to, how can I be a part of an institution in a church that can, not even at the bare minimum, can't even say sorry. At the bare minimum, can't even say sorry. Let alone all the other things that would be required in order to, you can't even make those things right at this point. But even just, the efforts to try to make it right, I haven't seen that. And I think with my experience at BYU, it just showed me, just seeing people have the choices to do something and choose to not do something, again, also negatively impacted my own personal experience. But again, yeah, doctrinally, seeing that whether it was with race or same-sex marriage or trans people and trans rights, all those things really are what drew me and pushed me away, and what ultimately led to my decision walking away. And again, I've never publicly said that or shared that really. I feel like people have always been confused with where I stand. But yeah, if I were to explain like where that stems from and where that comes from, it would be because of those things.
And have you had that conversation with your parents or other believing family?
No. I mean, other than my younger sister, maybe my brother here and there, but any explicit conversations I have not. And again, that's not to say that, that's not to say that I still don't have respect for people who are within the church. I mean, a lot of my family members are still very active. I mean, I have a nephew that's about to go on a mission. I have another nephew that is on a mission right now in Hawaii. And so, again, there's so much of my family that are very proactive within the church. And so I still have, respect for what they believe in and what they choose and how they choose to live their life. But at the same time, I don't feel true to myself or authentic to myself if I were to stay just because of that. Just because, and obviously with the background of my dad, and even my mom and whatnot, it's not often that you hear people from my personal background walking away from the church because the church is so integral and so intertwined with culturally being Polynesian that it's almost like unheard of. That could even be taken as betrayal by people within my family that, oh, how could you? Or, like that, those aren't reasons, good enough reasons at least, to leave. And yeah, I don't know what that'll look like with people, knowing that about me. But for me, when I think about honoring my Tongan heritage, honoring who I am and who I want to be, I can't think of not honoring trans people or LGBTQ people, not honoring Black people in their history, not honoring Native Americans in their history. To me, I find honor in honoring those people and those marginalized voices and standing up for them. So that's where I draw my honor from, not from assimilating or going with the crowd or doing what's easy just because everybody else is. Yeah, no one knows. I guess now they will.
Very powerful. I'm going to ask maybe the hardest question I've asked all day, taking kind of a contrarian point of view for a second, if I may. What if somebody says, look, your parents grew up in poverty, but because they joined the church and or were active in the church, and then they raised you in a strong white Mormon ward, you were able to get the education that they weren't. You were able to get the support that others didn't have who came from similar backgrounds.
Right.
Not only were you able to get a 4.0 in high school because of, at least in part because of your Mormon upbringing, your white Mormon upbringing in some sense, you're able to go to a great university, graduate from that university, and like now you're in graduate school, it's an act of ingratitude and betrayal of a church that has blessed you and given so much to you. How can you now leave and or turn your back on a church that you should just be grateful for and owe your success to in so many ways? I know that was abrasive and awful, but I'm channeling what I'm guessing some people might be thinking.
Oh, for sure. Again, I can totally see exactly what you're saying. People seeing this as an act of ingratitude or how, this church gave me so much. But for me, I would push back against it. I would argue, well, the church has also taken so much. I've seen the church take a lot from people, a lot from families that I care about and still care about. And so for me, it's just like, I would think that you would be grateful that I'm standing up to and challenging these ideologies because I know morally it is what is right and nothing can convince me otherwise. Supporting people to be who they are and to be safe doing that and to be celebrated doing that. I think of just the awful history. And again, that's information that my parents don't don't fully understand. And so for me, I don't think I would ever allow their skewed perspective to affect my perspective that is grander than theirs, if that makes sense. My proximity to Black people, to trans people, to, LGBTQ people in general, to Native American people, to asylum seekers, DACA, dreamers, TPS holders, my proximity to all these people that come from these various backgrounds and marginalized communities, my family doesn't have the same proximity to those experiences, to those lived experiences, and how the church has been a negative influence in different kinds of ways. I'm not going to say it was all negative. And so that's what I would push back with, is just like, sure, you can call it ingratitude, but how about all of these things that we haven't addressed, that you don't even know about? My parents didn't teach me these things. I found that out on my own. And so for me, I would caution anyone, learn about these things, learn about actual church history, learn about actual U.S. history, then come back to me and tell me that I'm ungrateful. I highly doubt that you would come back. If you have the information and knowledge and education that I have with the history, I highly doubt that you would come back to me and tell me that I'm ungrateful, or that I've betrayed my family, or that I'm bringing dishonor. I highly doubt that. And so, yeah.
What's that, Nate?
Silently agreeing over here.
And again, obviously, I'm not ignorant to the fact that, people can view this as like an act of like defiance or being rebellious or whatnot. I'm very conscious. Or pride. Yeah, for sure. But it's like, it's the same thing where it's just like, I can't go back to the version of myself that was unaware. I cannot go back to that. I physically, mentally, emotionally cannot go back to a version of myself that either was unaware, that tolerated certain things, that condoned certain things, that wasn't as self-aware as I am now. And so being in the place that I am now, I owe it to myself to not ignore what I know now. And I really attribute that back to the lived experiences of real people that I've been proximate to, that and it's not even about proximity, it's about humanity. Like when I think about my relationship with Christ and where I'm at with my faith transition, it's no longer about this, dedication to religiosity. It's about my dedication to humanity. That's where my dedication lies. And so what that looks like is standing up, fighting for human rights, being vocal, challenging the status quo, talking about topics that, are taboo, highlighting statistics that people don't know about, or things that people haven't critically thought about themselves. Because that's really what it comes down to. I think a lot of people have not taken the time to really sit with themselves and critically think about these varying issues and how that plays with history and how that plays with church doctrine. A lot of people haven't, because that's scary. That's terrifying, because then that would mean that you'd be challenging, a huge, if not your entire identity. And because that's the experience that I went through. I was challenging a huge part, if not an entirety, of what I used to identify with. And so that was not an easy feat or something that was just a walk in the park per se. That took a lot of years, a lot of contemplation, a lot of internal struggle, a lot of isolation, loneliness, fear, constantly, worrying about what people would think of me after. Would people see me the same way? Would people, because people loved me in the church. People loved, who I was as a member, as a returned missionary. People loved who I was as a missionary. And so choosing to walk away from that also meant, are all these people going to cease loving me and respecting me as a human being? That was a huge, something huge that I'm still trying to grapple with and trying to understand. But yeah, it's just more so, again, going back to, I can't go back to that version of myself. I simply can't. And so now being in the place that I'm at, where I'm at in my life at 26 years old, turning 27 in October, I just know that it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't speak truthfully to who I am. And so, again, anyone can say whatever they want or make the assumptions that they might or will make about me and my life and the decision that I've made to walk away. But again, it's like I said, if you had the education and knowledge that I have, I would like to think that people would be very understanding.
And what if they were to say, Saane, listen, the church has given you so much. You are now in a position to stay in the church, and just like you tried at BYU, this is an opportunity to stay in the church and improve it from within. And maybe you owe it to the church, since it's given so much to you, for you to stay in the church and fight to improve the church from within. What would you say to that?
I mean, I don't believe that I owe the church anything. I mean, I can see how people can perceive that, all of, these accolades and achievements that I've been able to accomplish come from the fact that I grew up as a member. But I would disagree with that. Like, yes, that was a huge part of my identity, but every A that I got in one of my classes, that's the work that I did. Like, the education that I achieved, nobody did that for me. Nobody, wrote for me or held my hand, taking tests or applying to colleges, applying to scholarships. At the end of the day, me as an individual, I was the one accomplishing those things. I didn't see it as like the church did that for me, and because of that, I now owe them. I take ownership in everything that I've done, take responsibility for all of my actions and things that I've achieved. Again, did I have help and support from the church, from my family, from my parents? Sure, of course. I'll never deny that. I'll never ignore that. If anything, I'll always attribute, my success in education and where I'm going now with graduate school. Of course, I'll make space, giving gratitude back to my family, not the church. I don't view it in that way. I don't know if that answers your question. But yeah, if people were to say that or think that, again, I guess there's the group mentality that, the actions of one represent the whole.
There's the idea that it takes a village to raise a kid.
Right,
and
right.
Mormonism was your village.
For sure.
Bo
Yeah.
was part of that village, right?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. That definitely was a huge part of my development, like having that community support.
So why not stay and make it better?
Good question. Why not stay and make it better? Short answer, I tried that. I tried that on the mission. I'm talking about, people who were sexual assault victims. Nothing was done about that. I tried that at BYU. Whether it came to race, racism, homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, all these varying issues, I tried that. And I was constantly reminded time and time again that this is not a place where they value the same things that I value. And again, there are people, close friends of mine who are still active in the church, and they're still in it. They still, have their why of being in it and have their reasoning for, continuing to be part of it. And I hold no judgment towards people who are in that kind of situation. But I know for me and myself, speaking for myself, I just didn't see a place where it was possible for me to keep trying and seeing tangible change. For me, I saw it being more possible outside of the church more than within it, to be quite honest. And so, yeah, that's what I would say in regards to that.
So there's how effective you think it would have been for you to stay and to try and make change. And you're saying you don't have much optimism that you staying would have made a difference. Do you have a sense for what it might have done to your mental and physical health to stay and try and make a difference.
Exactly. I mean, when I look back to the years at BYU where I was trying to do that, I was trying to be the Mormon that made all these changes, that actually changed BYU for the better, that actually changed the church for the better. Those were years of my life where I was mentally and emotionally at my worst. And if it wasn't for, my draw to therapy and mental health awareness, really that stemmed from my brother's experience with depression. That really, pushed me and drove me to be more aware of mental health and advocating for mental health. And so, when I look back during that time, I wasn't happy. We talk about how the church makes it possible for you to feel joy. And for me, I didn't feel joy knowing that my closest queer friends, their marriages, wouldn't be valid in the eyes of God. I wasn't happy with that thought. I wasn't happy with the fact that, me saying that I support same-sex marriage, that I wouldn't be able to enter into the temple. And I mean, even with supporting Black Lives Matter, and being very vocal about racism and systemic racism and institutional racism, whether it be with Native Americans, Latinx populations, African Americans, and just people of color in general, just seeing that continuously happen within the church and seeing the leadership not doing anything about it. And if they did, it really led to nothing tangible, like I've mentioned time and time again before. That was mentally exhausting, mentally draining. And at least for me, spiritually, it felt hopeless. Being in that environment, thinking that I'm going to do this, I'm going to change this, and not seeing anything come from it, it no longer felt like this quest of trying to share the message of Christ with everyone. It felt more so a constant defeated experience. Again, which is why I say that, mentally I wasn't at my best. And so now, having, walked away and distanced myself, and not having to choose both, and thinking that the weight is on my shoulders to change the church, and trying to change an entire leadership and a fabric of doctrine, that's a huge feat for anyone that has that hope or idea that, they're going to do that. And so for me, letting go of that responsibility, that letting go of the idea that I'm not going to save everyone, I can't save everyone, that's Jesus Christ's job, not mine. And so making that distinction was really important to me, really for the sake of my mental and emotional health. If it wasn't for therapy, and I think back to even my brother having his own experience, and even me having dealt with suicidal ideation and dealing with anxiety and depression. Again, these were silent battles that, I was fighting on my own. At the same time, trying to help and feeling like I was responsible for helping all these other people, helping my family, and all those things were just so much added pressure that I didn't need to add on to myself. And so again, that's why that separation and that transition for me really saved me in a sense, from not losing sight of what I had always believed in, which was, in believing in humanity and believing in the sanctity of that, and believing in who Christ is, who he was and still is to me, that, really preserved my emotional and mental health in the long run. And I'm really grateful to, past versions of myself for making those steps. Because I don't know where I'd be had I not made those efforts.
You still consider yourself a Christian then?
Question mark. I don't really have a label of who what I believe in a religious sense. Still figuring that out. Even just the idea of people always referring to Heavenly Father but never Heavenly Mother. things like that, doctrinally or culturally, I guess, that always bothered me. And so those are things that still figuring out for myself what that looks like. But yeah, believing in, again, it's just always, when I think back growing up in the church, the God and Christ that I believed in never matched people at BYU. And so, and again, the God and Jesus Christ that I've believed in and still figuring out if I believe in, there are people within the church who would completely denounce that and tell me that my God doesn't exist. Or a Christ that, would support queer rights doesn't exist, or that would actually, support Black Lives Matter doesn't exist. And so I'm still figuring that out, not exactly sure what that looks like. But I still, my relationship with Christ really goes back to my childhood and growing up. And so I don't think that's something that I would ever separate myself from. That's still a huge part of, it's still important to me, I will say. But would I, identify myself as Christian? I don't know. I wouldn't say yes and I wouldn't say no. Yeah.
All right. Well, we started with talking about Tonga and your dad and him coming to the United States from Tonga and joining the church. Maybe if it's okay, I'd like to end in that same vein. Have you studied colonialism, and have you looked at the Mormon church's relationship with Tonga and Samoa and Polynesia? Have you looked at that critically with a colonial lens to reflect on whether it's been good, bad, or mixed, the Mormon church's heavy involvement with Tonga?
Yeah, great question.
Or not yet. That's okay too.
It's an ongoing journey for me. Again, the presence of colonialism and colonization, that wasn't something that my dad even talked about. And my dad is probably the closest thing to a Tongan historian, at least for me in my life. And that's not something that he ever brought up. And so for me, that's been a proactive effort on my end personally to seek that out, that information. So have I looked, through Mormonism and Christianity through the lens of colonialism and colonization? 100% I have. And I think we give too much credit to them for saving, quote unquote, our people.
To the Mormon church for saving the Tongan people?
Mormon church and Christianity as a whole. I think we give too much credit that this idea that we were not self-sufficient before, and so they kind of came in and fixed that for us. And I completely disagree with that. My ancestors, my people before me, they were astronomers before we even had that word, before that word even existed. They were scientists. They were medicinal doctors who practiced with plant medicine and experts on that. And so when I studied that aspect of my Tongan heritage and my ancestral history, I think a lot of that has been lost in translation when we think about the history of Christianity around the world. And I'm sure other people from different cultures would agree with me and say the same thing. And so, yeah, I 100% do look through the lens of that specific part in history, and that has influenced the way that I view Christianity as a whole. Again, I won't say that Christianity has always been a negative thing throughout life. I think back to the civil rights movement, and so much of, we're talking about the most inhumane, unfathomable things that people experienced and overcame, and a lot of that they attribute back to their faith in God and their faith in Christ. So people that, went through the worst things you could possibly imagine, they relied on their faith in their religion, in their Christianity, in their belief in God and Jesus to overcome those things. And so again, I'll never denounce Christianity as a whole, because I also make space for the fact that I can't, respect the civil rights movement without also respecting the fact that, people like MLK and even Malcolm X, coming from the Muslim religion, there was so much power and strength that they drew from their spirituality and religious backgrounds that influenced their activism, which was exactly the same reason that influenced mine growing up. I just think specifically with the Mormon Church, with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, it no longer serves the things that I believe to my core, which is why I consciously made that decision to walk away. But yeah, the idea of God and Christ and a higher being and a higher power, there's still parts of me that want to believe that still believe in that. But again, I'm in this period of, my faith transition where I'm still figuring out what that looks like. I don't know yet. And so, again, at one point, I never thought that I would be in this position. Never thought that I would ever walk away from the church. I never thought that. And so that's why I'm in the position where, I can never say never. I don't know. I don't know what the future will look like or what my path will look like. I just know where I'm at right now. I'm at my emotionally, mentally healthiest and spiritually healthiest than I've ever been before. And that's a beautiful thing and not something that I'm going to sacrifice for anyone, even my parents or people within my family.
Beautiful. So beautiful. Well, I'm so grateful for your generosity and time. In some ways, sharing your story, and in some ways, raising your voice, and in some ways, educating all of us about how we need to do better and be better. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate this platform.
Nate, anything you want to say? It's so great to have you here. You've added so much to this conversation and to the 2 Mormon Stories episodes you've been a part of so far, and all you've done with the Black Menaces, along with Sebastian and Rachel and all the others. But we're so glad you were here. Any final words you want to say in response to Saane's interview?
Oh, it's just that I learned a lot today, and I'm honored to be here. Thank you for inviting me back, and I appreciate all of you.
Beautiful. Any final words, Bo?
Yeah, just how proud I am of Saane. I've been able to be by her side as an active member of the church when you were sealed to your family and went through the temple, when you went through the temple for yourself, when you went on your mission and to interview you for your mission and then to send you off to Tahiti, and the impact that you had in Oakland on all of us, and the impact that you had on the people of Tahiti, and the impact you've had at BYU. And as we've cheered you on and seen those headlines and looked for you in those crowds right at the front of the line. And it's just, I feel so privileged to be able to watch you on your spiritual journey and spiritual expansion, and say with 100% love and 100% celebration of who you are in each of those phases, how excited I am for this next phase of your life, and how excited I am to continue to watch in awe and participate in this journey with you. So I love you, and I'm so happy for you.
I love you both. Thank you so much for being here with me. Yeah. Couldn't have done this interview without all of you. So.
And Bo, I just have to ask this. Is the Mormon or the Mormon bishop part of you? Do the thoughts of like sadness to see Saane decide that for her the best thing for her is to leave? Does the Mormon bishop part of you have thoughts of sadness?
I think 10 years ago, I could have had those thoughts of sadness. The bishop that I got to serve as a first counselor to, his name's Matt Lyon, he taught me one very, very important lesson, is he said, we love people where they are. And so I feel no sadness whatsoever, and only just celebration and hope and excitement for what the next phase of life is. And the fact that, Sunny just said to us, she feels more mentally and spiritually secure and strong and happy in her life right now than ever before. Like, as her previous bishop, like, what more could I want? Right?
Yeah, exactly. And I would hope that, wherever my, next chapter in life, whatever my journey looks like, that whether that's, me being in the church or out of the church, Christian, agnostic, atheist even, or I don't know. I would just hope that people remember, my humanity, and that alone matters and is enough and always has been enough and will always be enough. And so I don't want people to think that, oh, well, she still believes in Christ. Oh, she's okay. At least that much. At least okay, so she'll be saved. I don't like that ideology because for me, the way I navigate life is how can I make space for everyone? And how can I make, not only space, but space for celebration, space for voices to be heard. And so, again, I just hope that, whatever that looks like for me and whatever that looks like for other people, I would hope that people would still respect my humanity and still appreciate that and still, honor it with the worthiness that it deserves.
Beautiful. Well, Saane, Siale, thank you so much for sharing your story with us on Mormon Stories Podcast. We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Stay in
I'll
touch.
need it.
Yeah. You're going to pursue mental health?
Yeah, so I am currently in my master's for social work at the U. And then I work full-time as a teen program director. So I work for an after-school program. I work with middle school and high school teens. I love working with youth because I see myself when I was their age in them. And so, really passionate about the work that I do. Especially with the climate today, with gun violence in schools especially. That's a huge discussion that I have with my students constantly. And so that's why, it propels me even more into mental health advocacy, into mental health work. I hope to one day obviously gain my PhD in clinical psych and own my own therapy practice and hopefully address, mental health awareness within the Polynesian community specifically, but also open up access and availability nationwide. And obviously I'm also passionate about policy work. And so working on that right now, I lead, I'm an organizer for Utah with All Immigrants. Follow our Instagram page. Lovely working with people who are DACA recipients, Nadia, Lily, and Nori, and Alondra. Shout out to all of them. I work with them with, the immigration population within Utah, but also addressing immigration as a nation as well. And so that's the advocacy work that I'm continuing to do right now, post-grad, and entering into my graduate school work with my master's, which I will start in the fall. We'll see where that takes me. But it's exciting, all exciting things.
I love it. All right. Thanks, Saane. And Black Menaces podcast still going strong, Nate?
Still going strong. Check it out.
How do we check that out?
Oh, yeah, we do interviews every week. So just check out interviews. You can find them anywhere you find podcasts. Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Prime, all of those. So check it out. Black Menaces podcast.
All right. And Bo, you'll still be my homie. You'll still be my friend.
Always.
All right. maybe someday we'll hear your Mormon story.
Absolutely.
And maybe Heather, maybe not. All right. Thanks, everybody. You guys take care. Thanks to everyone who tuned in today. This is really important stuff, so we hope it's been helpful. We love your feedback. You can email us at mormonstories@gmail.com. You can comment on these episodes. If you feel like it, feel free to subscribe to our YouTube channel, our Facebook page. And we appreciate everyone who donates to support Mormon Stories and the Open Stories Foundation to make all this possible. Take care. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. And we'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care.